Chapter 411. Old slave, how dare you be so impudent in front of me? Do you want to die? The black-robed leader's face was dark. He had relied on killing and robbing to obtain the white-skinned people, so he was used to being unreasonable in front of them. This was the first time he had met someone who was even more unreasonable than him. I think you're the one who doesn't want to live. It's because of your villain's misdeeds that there are fewer and fewer fair-skinned nobles. You should be thrown into prison. Mammy Wang scolded with her hands on her hips. Men, take her down. The black-robed leader wasn't a pushover either. He immediately ordered his soldiers to take down Granny Wang so that he could make an example of Yunjoga. Let's see who dares touch her. Yunjoga took a step forward and stood in front of Granny Wang. He was so domineering that none of the soldiers dared to approach. How dare you? Don't think that I'm afraid of you just because you're a white-skinned person. If you don't move, I'll capture you as well. A fierce light flashed in the black-robed envoy's eyes. Although this seed was very rare, she was too unruly. If she really became the leader, the black-robed envoy group would have a hard time dealing with her. After all, searching for the white-skinned people was a good job. Every time they went on a business trip, they could earn quite a bit of money. How could they let someone ruin it? The soldiers had done many bad things with the black-robed envoy, so they didn't dare disobey their leader's orders. They immediately raised their blades and approached Yunjoga. Yunjoga placed his hand on his waist and was about to sprinkle the knockout drug when he heard Granny Wang suddenly shout, "Murder! The black-robed envoy wants to kill the white-skinned nobles. Old slave, shout all you want. Let's see who dares to interfere," the black-robed leader said fiercely. Unexpectedly, just as he finished speaking, there was a commotion at the camp's entrance. A tall and mighty man in golden armor with a dark gray face rushed in with a group of soldiers. They immediately took down the soldiers who were threatening Yunjoga. "Your Highness, this is the black-robed envoy's camp. Why are you charging in with your soldiers? Are you trying to rebel?" the black-robed leader roared angrily. "Imperial brother ordered you to come out and find the white-skinned nobles, but you disobeyed on the surface. You even want to kill the nobles." The man called War King waved his hand and ordered the soldiers behind him, "Arrest these traitors for me. I'm loyal to His Majesty. You can't slander me." The black-robed leader panicked. Unfortunately, he was taken down before he could say anything. Seeing that the situation was not good, the other soldiers immediately threw away the swords in their hands and surrendered. At this moment, Zishang's voice suddenly rang out in Yunjoga's ears. "This War King is the leader of the revolutionary army." "It's him." Yunjoga raised his brows. He couldn't help but carefully size up this War King. He was extremely tall, at least 8 feet tall. His skin was dark gray and shone with a metallic luster. His lips were also very dark. However, his eyes were not red. Instead, they were black and white, emitting a cold and murderous light. In this place where white skin was considered beautiful, War King's skin was obviously looked down upon. It was no wonder that the black-robed leader wasn't afraid of him. The War King noticed that Yunjoga was scrutinizing him. A stiff smile appeared on his cold and stiff face as he said, "I apologize for startling the noble one. It is this humble king's negligence. Your Highness, War King is too polite. If you hadn't arrived in time, I'm afraid that something bad would have happened to me," Yunjoga replied politely. "Your Highness, this place is far too dangerous. Please arrange for us to enter the palace as soon as possible," Granny Wang said fearfully. "Don't worry, noble one. This humble king will definitely arrange for you to enter the palace as soon as possible. Before that, noble one, please stay at this humble king's place for a few days." With that, the War King immediately arranged for people to escort Yunjoga to his War King's palace. Today's show was clearly arranged by the War King. Be careful. Don't be betrayed by him. Zishang's tone became much more serious. We still don't know who's being betrayed. Yunjoga wasn't worried. After all, they were just using each other. She knew everything about the War King, but he knew nothing about her. In the end, she was still better. The War King didn't return to the War King's palace. Instead, he secretly went to a remote residence. The white-masked black-robed envoy was already waiting there. That Lady Yun is quite something. Looks like we can continue with our plan. The War King was very satisfied with Yunjoga. She was courageous, knowledgeable, and charismatic. She was a talent. All right, I'll arrange it right away. The white-masked man nodded immediately. Then, he discussed with the War King what to do next. Although their conversation was secretive, it didn't escape Zishang's ears. The War King said to encourage the people to re-establish their respect for the white-skinned noble one. Then, he suggested that the emperor make you his empress. The dog emperor agreed. As soon as you enter the palace, he'll prepare for the empress conferring ceremony, Zishang said through clenched teeth. Letting Yunjoga enter the palace to look for clues was one thing, but conferring the empress was another. Even if his woman was acting, she couldn't marry someone else and become the empress. It seemed like he had to hurry up and recover. It would be best if he killed the dog emperor as soon as he saw him, lest he set his sights on Xiaojoga. Will the dog emperor appear? What level of cultivation do you think he'll have? Yunjoga was a little worried. The War King was a foundation establishment cultivator, and the mysterious black-robed man was a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. The dog emperor behind the scenes should have a higher cultivation than them. The highest he can go is golden core. It won't be any harder than the flying corpses, Zishang comforted Yunjoga. Don't mention the flying corpses. Yunjoga's head hurt just thinking about it. However, what made her head hurt even more was that according to her current progress, she probably wouldn't make it back to the Fiend Corp's mystic land. Don't worry. I've calculated it. Time here is slower than outside. We can still make it if we leave in a month. Zishang realized that the time here was very strange. It was probably affected by the killing intent. A month is not a problem. Yunjoga finally relaxed and focused on waiting to enter the palace. The War King didn't make her wait too long. The next afternoon, the palace sent someone to pick her up. She immediately moved into the Chusho Palace that represented the position of the Empress. In the luxurious Chusho Palace, Uniquely, the head of the inner palace, had a thick layer of makeup on his face. Behind him was a group of light gray palace maids and eunuchs. They stood respectfully in front of Yunjoga. There should be many concubines in the palace. Why haven't they come to see me? Are they looking down on me? Yunjoga sat on the high seat with a calm expression. She didn't show any emotions on her face. Master, you've misunderstood. The concubines who entered the palace previously don't live in the back palace, Uniquely hurriedly said. So, I'm the only one in the back palace. Yunjoga raised her brows. The back palace needed a group of concubines to support it. Now that she was the only one placed here, it was too strange. It seemed like she had to find the white-skinned women as soon as possible to understand the secret of this palace. Chapter 412. Master, please calm down. This is His Majesty's will. I don't dare to speculate. Uniquely said in fear and trepidation. All right, I'm a little tired. You can all leave. Yunjoga couldn't get anything out of Uniquely, so she waved her hand to let them leave. Miss, we haven't started talking about the rules of the palace. Uniquely looked at Yunjoga carefully. He had been the head eunuch of the harem for more than 20 years and had seen countless white-skinned women. However, this was the first time he saw a white-skinned noble with such a strong aura as Yunjoga. He always unconsciously bowed and groveled in front of her, as if he was seeing the emperor. Isn't it just being obedient and not going out? Don't worry, I won't leave Chusho Palace before His Majesty summons me. Yunjoga said impatiently. Since you know what to do, I won't say anything more. The rules of the palace are that no one can leave without permission after dark. If you need anything, please bear with it and send someone to inform me the next day. Eunuch Lee couldn't help but mention. Eunuch Lee, don't worry. I understand these rules. I will never let anyone leave the palace at night. Yunjoga was so resolute that no one dared to question her. In that case, I'll leave first. Eunuch Lee saw that Yunjoga was a sensible person, so he didn't stay and annoy her. However, when he left behind 4 senior palace maids, 8 junior palace maids, and 6 eunuchs to serve Yunjoga. After Yunjoga handed these people over to Granny Wang, she went to the inner hall to rest. Granny Wang was very excited when she saw that Yunjoga trusted her so much. She immediately started to arrange everything in Chusho Palace. In the dead of night, the junior palace maid on night duty in Chusho Palace quietly yawned. She was immediately pinched by the older palace maid and warned her with a look to wake up. The junior palace maid shrunk her shoulders and immediately perked up, waiting for the noble sleeping in the inner hall to summon her. In the inner hall, Yunjoga, who was sleeping soundly, slowly opened her eyes. She moved her fingers slightly and a faint green smoke floated out. The 2 palace maids guarding outside yawned heavily and slowly closed their eyes. Even the eunuchs in the side hall fell into a deep sleep. Yunjoga stood up, took out a black robe from his storage pouch and put it on. Then, he silently left Chusho Palace. It was quiet outside. There were only a few red lanterns lit up in the dark imperial palace. There was no sign of human activity. Head east. I suspect that the white-skinned women are locked inside the tower. Zishang had already figured out the situation in the palace before Yunjoga entered the palace. Yunjoga looked up and saw an 8-story pagoda in the east. Its collapsed body was surrounded by gray smoke, and it looked very strange. It was hard to imagine that this was where the former concubines lived. Don't look anymore. Come back as soon as possible. Zishang urged. The effect of the sleeping gas was limited. If they didn't return in time, they would be exposed. Yunjoga hurriedly retracted his gaze and followed the shadows in the corner of the wall towards the tall tower. Wait, there are guards. Hide to the right. Zishang stopped Yunjoga in time. Yunjoga stuck close to the cold wall and looked at the patrolling guards with spears in their hands. These guards all had black skin, and their eyes were dull. Although they wore thick armor, they walked silently like ghosts. Yunjoga thought to himself. No wonder the rules of the palace forbade them from going out. It would be strange if normal people didn't die from fear after seeing this strange and scary mirror image. These guards are all fiend corpses. Be careful. Zishang's voice was serious. He had suspected that this place was related to the fiend corpse secret territory. Now that he saw these guards, he was sure. What level are these fiend corpses? Yunjoga's heart shuddered. He couldn't help but think of the brutal battle in the fiend corpse secret territory. These are just normal fiend corpses. Don't worry. Keep going. Zishang's voice was hurried. He also felt that things were getting worse. He had to take Xiaojoga away from this place as soon as possible. Yunjoga avoided the patrolling guards. After a few turns, he finally arrived at the foot of the tall tower. The tall tower was heavily guarded. There were fiend corpses patrolling everywhere. Don't be afraid. These low-level fiend corpses can't see through your invisibility. Just go to the left. Zishang immediately found the patrolling guards' blind spots. Yunjoga followed the small path to the tall tower from the left. When she got closer, she smelled the pungent stench of blood coming from the tall tower. She could even see black and red clouds floating inside. It was very similar to the fiend corpse secret territory. Could the clue to leave this place be inside? Yunjoga was excited. She was about to walk into the tall tower's entrance. Suddenly, a slender palm covered her mouth and dragged her outside. Yunjoga instinctively turned around with her elbow. She felt something soft. It was a woman. "It's me." A familiar sweet voice rang in Yunjoga's ears. It was Yusha's voice. Yunjoga stopped resisting and left the tall tower with Yusha obediently. The hand on her mouth finally let go. Yunjoga turned around and saw Yusha standing behind her in her maid's attire. Her skin was light gray, her eyes were slightly red, and her lips were light purple. She looked exactly like the gray-skinned man. "You?" Yunjoga was about to ask, but Yusha made a shushing gesture. "This isn't the place to talk. Follow me." After that, she led Yunjoga away from the patrolling guards and left the tall tower. They came to a pear garden not far from Chushio Palace. The white spirit pear blossoms shone faintly in the night. Unfortunately, the entire pear garden was empty. No one dared to come out and admire it. "All right, we can talk here." Yusha looked around and finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Yusha, why are you here? And why are you a gray-skinned man?" Yunjoga asked quickly. "I was severely injured when I fell down with you guys. My skin turned light gray after I absorbed the malevolent energy here. I looked everywhere for you but couldn't find any clues. I guessed you'd come to the Imperial Palace, so I snuck in." When Yusha heard that a white-skinned nobleman was living in Chushio Palace today, she had a premonition. However, she couldn't go in during the day, so she could only sneak out at night. Coincidentally, she bumped into Yunjoga, who went to the tall tower to investigate. "What clues did you find in the Imperial Palace? Why didn't you let me enter the tall tower?" Yunjoga asked. The white-skinned women that the great Zhou Emperor took in were all kept in that tall tower. A foundation-building assassin snuck in and never came out. It's definitely not as simple as it looks. Yusha's expression was solemn. She had been observing the Imperial Palace for a long time. She realized that the Emperor would send a batch of gray-skinned men to serve him every once in a while, but none of them ever came out alive. Chapter 413. No wonder the guards outside are so weak. Yunjoga felt that something was wrong, but she didn't take it to heart because she looked down on these normal guards. "Oh yeah, where's Zishang? He's not dead, is he?" Yusha asked with a tinge of joy in her voice. "He's fine. It's just that it's not convenient for him to show himself now." Yunjoga glared at Yusha. Zishang sneaked his divine consciousness into the tower when she approached it. He probably hadn't regained his senses yet. "Oh, all right. Tell him to pay more attention to the murderous aura in this palace. I have a feeling that there's a formation hidden in this palace, but I just can't figure it out." Although Yusha's injuries were healed, her cultivation level was suppressed. Plus, she wasn't as knowledgeable about runes as Zishang, so she couldn't find any clues. "I understand." Yunjoga nodded solemnly. Before she figured out the situation in the tower, she wasn't going to take the risk. "Also, I heard that His Majesty is going to Chushio Palace to see you tomorrow. Be careful and don't expose yourself. It's best if you hide your cultivation level," Yusha said. I haven't recovered my cultivation level, so it's easy to hide it. Don't you find it weird to see me like this? Yoonjoga was a girl now. Most people would find it weird when they saw someone they were familiar with suddenly changing from a man to a woman. Not bad. You're beautiful. Yusha felt it was a pity that she couldn't leave this girl's body for a while. She wondered if Lady Goddess was willing to play with her. People from the mixed evil sect were really brave. Did Yoonjoga give in? Seeing that it was getting late, she said to Yusha, "It's getting late. I'm going back to Chusho Palace." "All right. I'll look for you if something happens." Although Yusha was reluctant to leave, she still sent Yoonjoga back. Yoonjoga returned to the inner palace of Chusho Palace quietly. After she laid down, she rubbed her fingers together and a white smoke floated out. The two sleeping maids' breathing quickened. "Someone, I want some water." Yoonjoga stood up and called out. The two palace maids woke up instantly. When they realized that they had accidentally fallen asleep, the younger palace maid was a little flustered. The elder palace maid was still very calm. She walked into the inner hall unhurriedly and asked Yoonjoga, "Miss, do you want to drink hot or lukewarm?" "Warm. I don't want tea. I want plain tea." Yoonjoga was not used to the tea here. "Yes." A moment later, a cup of warm water was placed in an exquisite white porcelain cup and handed to Yoonjoga. Yoonjoga took a sip and asked, "What time is it now?" "It's already the hour of the dog. There are still 2 hours before daybreak. If you are hungry, there are snacks and hot porridge in the small kitchen. Would you like to have some?" The first palace maid asked considerately. "No, I'll sleep a little longer. Wake me up at dawn." Yoonjoga handed the porcelain cup back to the grand palace maid and lay back on the bed, silently waiting for Zishang to wake up. The grand palace maid bowed and retreated. A moment later, the mark on Yoonjoga's arm began to heat up. Zishang's voice rang in her consciousness, "You ran into Yusha." "Yes, she told you to pay more attention to the killing intent in this palace. She said that there was a spirit array hidden in this palace, but she couldn't figure it out," Yoonjoga answered honestly. "There is indeed a killing array hidden in this palace. All the killing intent is concentrated in that tall tower. I suspect that there is a teleportation formation in there to return to the Fiend Corp's arcane realm," Zishang said in a low voice. "Suspect? Didn't you send your divine sense into the tall tower?" Yoonjoga thought that Zishang had already figured out the situation in the tall tower. "There's something in the tower that's blocking my divine sense. I'm afraid that breaking through by force will attract attention, so I didn't go in." At that time, half of Zishang's attention was on Yoonjoga, so he didn't dare to break through by force. "Then I'll find another chance in the future." "Oh right, Yusha said that the Emperor will come to see me after daybreak. When that time comes, we'll take a good look at his cultivation level." Yoonjoga was no longer in a hurry. Since they had confirmed that the teleportation formation to return was inside the tall tower, they would find another chance to go in. "Then I'll help you hide your cultivation level so that the Emperor won't suspect anything." Zishang also felt that under the current situation, it was better for Yoonjoga to disguise herself as a local. Fortunately, the meridians in Yoonjoga's body were in a mess, so hiding that bit of spiritual power was not a problem. By the time Zishang finished everything, it was already dawn. The grand palace maid's gentle voice came from outside the door, "Miss, are you up? Come in." Yoonjoga stood up and said. After the grand palace maid pushed open the door to the inner palace softly, 7 palace maids followed behind her and entered in a line. Each of them was holding a round plate in their hands. On the plate, there were exquisite head accessories, clothes, and shoes. They were no different from the ordinary royal family outside. Miss, Uniquely just sent a message from His Majesty saying that he wants to have lunch with you. These clothes and accessories are also given by His Majesty. This servant will help you change into them. The Grand Palace maid's pale gray face revealed a sincere smile. Everyone hoped that the master they served would be loved and respected by the emperor so that they, the palace maids, would be able to eat and drink well. It's just a lunch, not a conferment. Why do you have to dress so extravagantly? Ordinary will do. Yunjoga glanced at the red gemstone noodles that weighed at least a dozen caddies and rejected them decisively. But this was given by His Majesty. The Grand Palace maid didn't expect Yunjoga to have such a personality and dare to reject His Majesty's gift. His Majesty didn't specify that I should wear this. Besides, the entire Chusho Palace is a gift from His Majesty. It's the same to wear other clothes. Yunjoga walked straight to the gorgeous wardrobe and picked out the simplest moon-white dress. Just wear this. All right. The Grand Palace maid didn't dare to disobey Yunjoga's order. After helping her change into the dress, she combed her hair into the simplest bun and tied it with a hair tie of the same color. Yunjoga ate her breakfast and waited in Chusho Palace for the emperor's arrival. At noon, she heard Eunuch Li's shrill voice coming from outside. His Majesty has arrived. Yunjoga walked to the palace gate surrounded by the palace maids and saw a tall, pale, and handsome young man dressed in a dragon robe walking toward the palace gate. Yunjoga didn't want to stare at the emperor, so she bowed slightly and asked Zishang in her heart, "How is it? Can you tell what the emperor's cultivation level is?" "No, this emperor looks like an ordinary person. He doesn't have any cultivation level." Zishang's voice was filled with doubt. Logically speaking, this emperor couldn't be an ordinary person if he could make a foundation establishment war monarch so afraid. Could it be that the emperor had concealed his cultivation level, or was the person in front of him not the emperor himself but a substitute? For some reason, Zishang felt that this emperor was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before, but he just couldn't remember. Chapter 4:14. Zishang thought the gray-faced emperor looked familiar, so Yunjoga stole another glance but had no impression of him. The emperor thought Yunjoga was shy and reached out to help her up. "Please rise, beloved." Beloved. Yunjoga couldn't help but shiver at the way the emperor addressed her. She quickly got up before the emperor's hand could touch her. The emperor didn't think much of it. A gentle smile appeared on his handsome face. "Sorry to keep you waiting, beloved. Serve the meal." "Yes." Eunuch Li responded crisply and called for the palace maids to serve a sumptuous meal. There were all kinds of delicacies. "Sit, beloved." The emperor called out. Yunjoga chose a seat farthest from the emperor and sat down. Eunuch Li and the palace maid waited on them. "Beloved, this ice dew abalone head is not bad. Try it." The emperor smiled and looked at Yunjoga affectionately with his long and narrow eyes, as if he was looking at a treasure. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Yunjoga pretended to be shy and took a small bite of the dish the emperor had ordered, but she couldn't taste anything. After finally finishing the torturous meal, the emperor suggested, "It's a rare spring day. Let me accompany beloved to the imperial garden for a walk." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Yunjoga also wanted to see what the palace looked like during the day. The emperor removed the dragon carriage and only left Eunuch Li and the palace maid to serve him. Then, he took Yunjoga to the imperial garden. The palace was bright and beautiful during the day, and the air was filled with the fragrance of flowers. The huge imperial garden was filled with all kinds of beautiful spirit flowers, and colorful butterflies danced among them. The patrolling guards were in high spirits. When they saw the dragon rack from afar, they lowered their heads and bowed to the side. Everything looked so normal. Yunjoga stopped in front of a cluster of red peonies and glanced to the east. She didn't see the eye-catching tower. The palace has a baneful aura array. Those active in the day are the living, and those active at night are the dead. The tower only appears at night. Zishang's voice sounded in Yunjoga's mind. According to what you're saying, the white-skinned women in the tower are all dead? Yunjoga was shocked. It's very likely, Zishang said. Yunjoga could not help but frown, his hand unconsciously stroking the cluster of red peonies. What's wrong, beloved? Don't you like these peonies? The emperor's deep voice rang in Yunjoga's ear. Yunjoga turned her head and found that the emperor had walked up to her side at some point. His tall body loomed over her, and the corners of his sexy lips carried a faint teasing smile. His slender palm gently covered Yunjoga's white and tender hand. He dared to touch you. Zishang was furious. He wanted to jump out of the seal and kick the emperor away. Calm down, it's just touching your hand. Yunjoga was now a beloved concubine, so it was normal for her to be touched. Calm down, my ass. Hurry up and pull your hand back. Zishang was even angrier now. Alright, I'll do it. Yunjoga silently rolled her eyes, then shyly tried to pull her hand out of the emperor's hand, but he held it even harder. My beloved concubine, do you know that my heart is with you? The emperor looked at Yunjoga affectionately. Yunjoga looked at the emperor's brown and slightly red eyes. She could clearly see her fair, delicate, and beautiful face with a bit of corpse poison reflected in them. To be honest, if Yunjoga was an ordinary white-skinned native, she would definitely be bewitched by such a tall, handsome, and expressive emperor. Unfortunately, Yunjoga wasn't a pure white-skinned little white and wouldn't fall for it. The emperor probably noticed that Yunjoga wasn't moved, so he suddenly stretched out his right hand and wrapped it around her waist, imprisoning her in his arms. His brown and red eyes began to slowly move. Yunjoga originally wanted to struggle, but she was suddenly entranced by the light emitted by those eyes and fell into a trance. Don't be in a daze, calm your mind. Zishang's hurried voice rang out in Yunjoga's mind. Yunjoga also wanted to calm down, but the problem was that the emperor's eyes seemed to have a magical power that pulled at her. She could see the sounds of laughter and beautiful white-skinned women waving at her. Little sister, come. Yunjoga couldn't help but smile. She felt that this was where she should be, so she couldn't help but float towards it. But soon, the mark on her arm began to heat up, pulling her mind back a little. Just like that, Yunjoga's forehead was covered in sweat. The emperor also frowned. No woman had ever been able to resist his demon eye. Could this white-skinned woman have some kind of innate divine ability? Tisk, interesting. As expected of the mother seed he favored. I have to take her down as soon as possible. The emperor's heart thumped, and the light in his eyes spun even faster. The black and red demonic light pierced straight into Yunjoga's eyes. Yunjoga's body trembled, and a look of terror appeared on her face. The white-skinned women who had been laughing and chatting with her just a moment ago suddenly turned into terrifying skeletons, dragging her down to hell with them. Zishang panicked and was just about to throw caution to the wind and pull Yunjoga out. At that moment, a loud noise rang out. Your Highness, it's not convenient for His Majesty to summon you now. Please come back later. Eunuch Li hurriedly stopped them. His Majesty was currently intimate with the newcomer, Miss Yun. Who would dare to go over now and court death? How dare you? I have something urgent to discuss with my royal brother. Can you afford to pay for it if something important is delayed? War King's furious voice boomed out like thunder. Yunjoga immediately came to her senses. She hurriedly pushed the emperor away and stumbled a few steps back. The emperor's confusion failed. His handsome face kept trembling, as if it was about to split open. However, he quickly regained his calm and dignified demeanor. He turned to Eunuch Li and said, "Let my royal brother come over." "Yes." Eunuch Li retreated to the side with his men. War King strode into the imperial garden. He glanced around and saw Yunjoga standing to the side with a pale face. She looked like she had seen a ghost in broad daylight. "My beloved concubine is not feeling well. She should go back and rest." "Eunuch Li, escort her back," the emperor ordered calmly. "Yes." Eunuch Li bowed and walked to Yunjoga's side. He smiled ingratiatingly. "Master, this way please." Yunjoga had already snapped out of her daze. She forced a smile and bowed to the emperor before following Eunuch Li back to Chushu Palace. Eunuch Li and the palace maid kept praising Yunjoga's capability along the way. They said that there had never been a noble who could make His Majesty care so much. Yunjoga did not hear a single word. She was still thinking about the skeletons of a beautiful woman she had seen in the emperor's eyes. That demonic power was too terrifying. How could someone without cultivation be able to use it? This emperor has at least a mid-stage golden core cultivation. "We're in trouble this time," Zishang said in a low voice. Chapter 4:15. Middle Stage Golden Core. Yunjoga's scalp went numb when she heard that. Zishang had yet to recover from his serious injuries. If he, a mere chi refining stage cultivator, would fall into the hands of a golden core cultivator and be easily crushed. Although this emperor has the cultivation base of a mid-stage golden core cultivator, there's a strange force inside him that's suppressing him. As long as we can find the source of this force, we'll be able to find a way to deal with him, Zishang continued. "Looks like we'll have to ask Granny Wang to talk to Warlord." Yunjoga did not have many allies here. Warlord was one of them. "No need for that, Granny Wang. Ask Yusha to look for him." Zishang decided to find something for Yusha to do. "But I don't know where to look for her. Last night, Yusha said that she would contact her if anything happened. She did not mention where she was." "Don't worry. She'll find her own way." With Yusha's wild ambition, how could she let go of a chance to be alone with Yunjoga? She would definitely find a chance to sneak in. Zishang's words were quickly verified. When Yunjoga returned to Chushu Palace, she noticed that the palace maid guarding the door had changed. Yusha was dressed in a red palace dress. She stood at the door obediently to welcome them back. Yunjoga glanced at her indifferently. She did not say anything and walked into the inner hall quietly. "I'm tired. You can all leave." Yunjoga waved her hand. After sending Eunuch Li and the palace maid away, she leaned on the soft couch. A moment later, Yusha walked in respectfully with a cup of hot tea in her hands. "Miss, please have some tea." Yunjoga could not help but look left and right. "Don't worry. No one followed me in. Granny Wang is fighting with them outside." Yusha smiled as she placed the teacup on Yunjoga's rosewood tea table. She then knelt beside Yunjoga's feet and massaged her legs like a palace maid. Zishang said that Grey Emperor has the cultivation base of a mid-stage golden core cultivator. I was almost charmed by him in the Imperial Garden. Yunjoga took a sip of tea and sorted out her thoughts. Then, she recounted what happened earlier. "He touched your hand and hugged your waist." Yusha narrowed her eyes and tightened her grip on Yunjoga's legs. "That's not the point." Yunjoga hurriedly slapped Yusha's heavy hand away and pointed at her forehead as he said solemnly, "The most important thing is to quickly figure out this emperor's background and the way to deal with him. Later, you'll go to the Imperial Garden and keep watch. We'll talk after we pull Battle King's strings." If they could not kill the emperor, it would be wishful thinking to enter the tower. I understand. I'll go now. Yu Sha put away his jealousy and stood up to leave. Yunjioge waited for Yu Sha to leave before he said to Zishang, "Why don't I release my spiritual power? Otherwise, if that dog of an emperor were to come after me again, I wouldn't even have the ability to resist. If the dog emperor knew that you have spiritual power, he wouldn't just use his demon eye to deal with you." Zishang could sense that the dog emperor had other plans for Yunjioge, and this plan was most likely related to the tower. This was also the reason why he had not fallen out with the dog emperor just now. This won't do, that won't do. Am I supposed to just wait for death? Yunjioge hated the feeling of being restricted. You can recover your spiritual power slowly. When you have time, you can contact the cute little baby. If you can activate the demonic tripod, then we'll have more confidence, Zishang said in a low voice. All right. Yunjioge laid back on the bed helplessly and started calling the cute little baby. She tried to contact the demonic tripod with her divine consciousness. However, she did not know where the demonic tripod had gone. No matter how she tried, it was useless. Just as she was about to give up, a gray dot suddenly flew towards her. It gradually turned into a gray little person. The little person's face was exactly the same as Yunjioge's. It was the grass soul seed that had devoured the flying corpse. Master, I've finally found you. The moment the grass soul seed saw Yunjioge, it began to weep. You didn't die. Yunjioge was shocked. She thought that the grass soul seed had failed to devour and exploded with the flying corpse. Master, I had already devoured it. However, there was a strange divine consciousness restriction in the flying corpse. Once it was subdued, it would explode, the grass soul seed quickly explained, afraid that its master would think it was useless. There's a spiritual consciousness restriction in the flying corpse. Who did it? This was completely out of Yunjioge's expectations. I don't know. After the flying corpse exploded, I was locked here. There's a monster that wants to eat me. Master, hurry and save me. Speaking of the monster, the grass soul seed's little body kept trembling. It was clearly very afraid. Where are you locked? What monster wants to eat you? Yunjioge quickly asked. She had worked so hard to cultivate the grass soul seed. How could she let the monster eat it? I'm in a dark place. The monster is black. I don't know what it is. Oh no, the monster is here. I have to go. Master, you have to save me. With that, the grass soul seed disappeared without a trace. Wait. Yunjioge wanted to grab the grass soul seed and ask more. When she opened her eyes, she saw a gorgeous curtain. Miss, what's wrong? The palace maid lifted the curtain, her face full of worry. It's nothing. It's just a little nightmarish. Yunjioge touched her forehead, which was covered in cold sweat. Should we get the imperial physician to take a look? The palace maid poured some hot water on a copper plate and wrung a clean handkerchief to wipe Yunjioge's face. There's no need. By the way, where's Granny Wang? Yunjioge asked again. Although she had already sent Yu Sha to look for Warlord, it was safer to have one more person to contact. His Majesty said that Granny Wang is old and not suitable to serve you, so he sent her back to her hometown. The palace maid lowered her eyes, took the handkerchief from Yunjioge's hand, and placed it in the basin. Was he trying to isolate her? Yunjioge was not surprised. She replied, His Majesty is really considerate. By the way, what time is it now? Where is His Majesty? It's the hour of the evening now. It'll be dark in 2 hours. His Majesty is still in the imperial study discussing important matters with His Highness Warlord. He wants you to have an early meal tonight and have a good rest, the palace maid said softly. I understand. Yunjoga nodded. It seemed that Yusha would have to wait until tomorrow to send news back. Miss, do you still want to sleep? The palace maid asked softly. I'm not sleeping anymore. Help me up. Yunjoga came to the outer hall and ate a few snacks. She pretended to be chatting and asked the palace maid, I still don't know your name. Uniquely had introduced her yesterday, but Yunjoga did not pay much attention to it. My name is Bao, the palace maid replied respectfully. How long have you been in the palace? Yunjoga took another sip of tea. I've been in the palace for 8 years. I've always been working in Chusho Palace. No noble has ever lived in Chusho Palace before. Miss, you're the first. Bao knew that Yunjoga wanted to find out more information, so she took the initiative to tell her everything she knew. Do you know where those white-skinned women went? Yunjoga put down the teacup. She had been in the palace for 8 years, so she should have some information. Chapter 4:16. I don't know. Bao shook her head. Although she had worked in the palace for 8 years, her range of activities was limited to Chusho Palace. She was not clear about other places. I see. Yunjoga's disappointment was evident in his words. He looked as if she didn't know anything after working for 8 years. Bao began to feel uneasy. Nurse Wang had just been sent away, and it was time for her to perform. If she disappointed her master now, it would be difficult to gain trust in the future. Bao thought about it and whispered, I have heard a rumor about the white-skinned noblewoman, but I don't know if it is true or not. Anyway, tell me. Yunjoga's eyes lit up, and he immediately cheered up. I heard that after the white-skinned noblewoman slept with Her Majesty, she would be sent to another place to prepare for pregnancy. So, there is no one in the harem now, Bao said in a low voice. Prepare for pregnancy. Did they win the bid in one go? Yunjoga asked in surprise. Even a sharpshooter couldn't be so accurate. Miss. Bao's face turned red. How could a virgin say such a shameful topic? I'm serious. Did those white-skinned noblewomen only sleep with Her Majesty once? This is a very important question. Yunjoga's face was serious. In the cultivation world, the higher one's cultivation, the harder it was to get pregnant. This was an unchanging truth. There was no reason for this gray-faced golden elixir emperor to be an exception. I only heard about it. Bao looked embarrassed. She had never had a white-skinned noblewoman live in Chusho Palace. How could she know about these boudoir secrets? Did any white-skinned noblewoman give birth to a dragon son? Yunjoga asked again. No. Bao had been in the palace for 8 years. Not to mention a dragon son, she hadn't even seen a dragon girl. She was sent away when she was pregnant, but she couldn't give birth to a single one. This is too strange. Yunjoga thought of the evil spirit tower that would only appear at night and the withered beauty in the eyes of the gray-faced emperor. He couldn't help but feel heavy. Miss, this is all nonsense. Please don't take it seriously. Otherwise, this servant will definitely die. Bauer panicked a little. If Uniquely knew that she was gossiping here, it would be troublesome. What are you afraid of? You can tell me, and I will listen. No one else will know. Okay, it is getting late. Go and see if dinner is ready. I will go rest in the inner hall. Yunjoga told Bao a few things, and then he got up and walked into the inner hall. Bao saw that Yunjoga's expression was calm and didn't look like he was frightened, so she left with peace of mind. There's no smoke without fire. This palace maid should be telling the truth, Zishang said in Yunjoga's mind. Hee, a golden core cultivator won the bid on the first try. How is that possible? Those white-skinned women are not getting pregnant normally. There must be something strange about this. However, this mystery could only be solved by seeing the white-skinned women. Let's put that aside for now. Have you contacted the demonic tripod? Zishang was more concerned about this. I didn't contact the demonic tripod. Instead, I encountered the grass soul seed. Yunjoga told him about the grass soul seed. The bloody orb self-destructed and a black monster. Zishang had a vague guess, but he couldn't connect it. Do you think that the grass soul seed is locked in the tower? Yunjoga thought about it, and the mysterious tower was the most likely place to be. Probably. Next time you see it, ask about the situation in the tower. They had to enter the tower eventually. The more detailed the information, the better. Okay, I will contact it again tonight. Yunjoga was about to discuss with Zishang when Bao Er's voice sounded outside. Miss, His Majesty has sent a bunch of gifts. Do you want to come out and see? No, just keep them. Yunjoga wasn't in the mood to deal with these people. After Bao Er went out to reward the eunuchs, she walked back into the inner hall. With a complicated expression, she said to Yunjoga, Miss, Eunuch Li said that His Majesty lit your lantern tonight. He wants you to prepare and sleep with him tonight. Sleep with him. Yunjoga's eyes almost fell out of their sockets. This gray-faced emperor was serious, and he wanted her to sleep with him. Miss, this is something that will happen sooner or later. Don't think too much about it. Bao Er was regretting what she had said. What if she was afraid and didn't want to sleep with him? The emperor might not do anything to her in his rage, but servants like her wouldn't be able to escape death. I understand. You can go. You don't have to prepare dinner. I have no appetite, Yunjoga said weakly. Bao Er wanted to say something, but when she saw that Yunjoga didn't want to talk about it, she left. Go find Yusha. We will go to the high tower tonight. Zishang immediately made a decision. Even if it cost her cultivation, she would take Yunjoga away from this place. She didn't want the gray-faced emperor to think about her. There's no hurry. Didn't you say that the gray-faced emperor is being suppressed by a mysterious force? Let's wait for news from Warlord first. Also, judging from the emperor's attitude, if I don't obey, he won't do anything rash. If he did, then she would take his life while he was distracted. No, that's too dangerous. Zishang seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said, Call Yusha over. She should be guarding Warlord at the entrance of the Imperial study right now. How do I call her? Yunjoga was helpless. She couldn't go out in front of Bao Er and the palace maids, could she? Use your divine sense to call her. She'll be able to sense it. Zishang knew that Yusha had secretly done something to Yunjoga's divine sense, but he had turned a blind eye to it. Alright, I'll try. Yunjoga closed her eyes and was about to summon Yusha using her divine sense when she heard her voice by her ear. Joga, are you calling me? When did you come in? Yunjoga was shocked. When she opened her eyes, she saw Yusha standing in front of her with a golden red muslin robe. I heard that the gray-faced emperor wanted you to serve him in bed, so I rushed over. Yusha placed the muslin robe next to Yunjoga and asked through gritted teeth, What did Zishang say? That gray-faced emperor had taken advantage of Lady Goddess in the Imperial Garden. Now, he wanted Lady Goddess to serve him in bed. He deserved to die. He said he wanted to go to the tower tonight, but I thought it was too dangerous so I didn't agree. Help me talk to him. Yunjoga didn't think that the gray-faced emperor could do anything to her. Tell him to grab the mark. I'll talk to him, Zishang ordered hastily. Oh. Yunjoga rolled up her sleeves and relayed Zishang's words. Yusha reached out and grabbed the mark on Yunjoga's body. Then, she closed her eyes and listened carefully. She didn't know what Yusha said to Zishang, but the expression on her face changed. She couldn't help but nod and say, I understand. That's what we'll do. Chapter 4:17. What are you guys talking about? Yunjoga couldn't help but ask. Unfortunately, Zishang and Yusha ignored her. Alright, let's do that. Yusha opened her eyes and asked Yunjoga, do you still have your disguise? Can you help me whiten my skin? Yes. Whitening her skin was too easy for Yunjoga. She had a beauty pill with her. After consuming it, not only would it whiten her entire body, but it also had a soft glow effect. She made it when she was bored and was going to sell it at Plethora Treasure Tower. After Yusha swallowed the beauty pill, she untied her hair and let it fall behind her head. Then, she took Yunjoga's medicine and applied it on her face. In the blink of an eye, she turned into a fair beauty. Why did you disguise yourself as me? Yunjoga looked at Yusha, who looked 90% like her. Let's switch. How about I consummate your marriage with Grey Emperor? Yusha winked. Not only could she protect Yunjoga's innocence this way, but she could also observe Grey Emperor from a distance. It was perfect. Yunjoga was dumbstruck. Her mouth was so wide that an egg could be stuffed in it. She knew Yusha was nice to her, but she didn't think she would be nice enough to replace her. You don't have to worry about her. Demons have no morals. Zishang couldn't help but complain. Yusha is a demon. Yunjoga was even more shocked. Demons and demonic cultivators were two different things. Damn it, what if she accidentally revealed Yusha's identity? Zishang thought about it for 2 seconds and decided to expose Yusha's true colors. Do you remember the devil's head in the ruins? Yes, I do. Yunjoga nodded. The head was handsome with curly hair and 2 goat horns. That's Wansha. He's possessing Yusha now, Zishang said as he carefully used his divine consciousness to peek at Yunjoga's thoughts. So, Yusha is actually a man. Yunjoga was even more shocked. Then, wasn't he disguising himself as Grey Emperor's wife? Since they were gay friends, how could he be her lover in her past life? She was a woman in her past life. Zishang sensed the chaos in Yunjoga's heart. Harboring evil intentions, he explained, Wansha has no integrity at all. Not only does he kill both men and women, but he also has lovers everywhere. He has no bottom line. Everything Zishang said was the truth. He had absolutely no intention of slandering Wansha. It was just that he forgot to mention that all those ridiculous things happened before Wansha hooked up with the goddess. Alright. Yunjoga's mind was in a mess. Although she was touched that Wansha had risked his life to save her, when she thought of his shameless actions, she felt horrified. Wansha still did not know that he had been betrayed by Zishang. After disguising himself, he sealed his cultivation and said to Yunjoga, quickly disguise yourself as me and change into the palace maid's clothes. Oh, okay. Yunjoga absent-mindedly painted herself to look like a gray-skinned man, and then changed into a red palace maid dress. Take this invisibility pill and stay on the side to help me hold the fort later. If anything goes wrong, help me out. Yusha rubbed his jeweled earring and took out a gray pill. This was the invisibility pill that her family had prepared for her. It was expensive, and she only had 3 of them. Yunjoga took it and sniffed it. After confirming that it was a high-grade invisibility pill, she swallowed it. After Yusha waited for Yunjoga to successfully conceal herself, she laid down on the chaise lounge and called for Bao-er to come in and serve her. Bao-er thought that Yunjoga was having dinner, so she brought the little palace maid in to take a look. She found that Yusha had already changed into a gauze dress and was lying on the chaise lounge, looking completely at her beck and call. "Miss, you've thought it through." Bao-er was surprised and delighted. Go and stand guard at the door later. When the emperor arrives, let him into the inner palace." Yusha said lazily. "Yes." Bao-er nodded quickly. Although this was a little against the rules, there were no rules in the imperial harem. As long as the emperor did not blame her, it was fine. However, before Bao-er left, she still led the little palace maids to tidy up the inner palace. The curtains and bedsheets were all changed into a festive bright red. A red carpet was laid on the floor, and bright red peonies were placed on the bedside cabinet. The atmosphere of a newlywed immediately became lively. After Bao-er was done with the decorations, she left with the little palace maids. "Are you really going to serve me in bed?" Yunjoga could not help but ask. "Joga, if you can't bear to leave me, I won't go." Yusha reached out to pull Yunjoga. Her beautiful eyes were sparkling with a suggestive gleam. "You don't have to sacrifice yourself like this for me." Yunjoga was conflicted. Although demons had no morals, Yusha was sacrificing himself for her. She could not help but feel uneasy. "It's not a sacrifice. I've cultivated the art of plucking before. If I can take this opportunity to absorb more than half of the Grey Emperor's cultivation base, it'll be of great benefit to me." Yusha was considering this from a strategic point of view. Rolling in the sheets with a man was not a problem for him at all. This body was not his real body anyway. It was fine to just play with it. All right. Since Yusha had already said so, it would be unreasonable of Yunjoga to try and stop him. "Are you hungry? Do you want to eat something?" Yusha's long, black hair fell to the side of her body, revealing her fair and delicate collarbone. Her slender fingers hooked around Yunjoga's palm. She exuded a powerful charm. "I'm not hungry. I've eaten an abstinence pill." Yunjoga silently retracted her hand. She thought to herself that when Zishang was able to show himself, she would definitely roll in the sheets with him to set up her correct values. "Don't worry. I'll be able to show myself very soon." Zishang chuckled softly. His elegant voice was like a feather caressing the tip of Yunjoga's heart. Yunjoga felt her heart itch. Compared to the seductive Yusha, she preferred the sultry Zishang. It looked like her values were still very correct. Wan Sha, who was unaware of the situation, was still using Yusha's body to seduce Yunjoga. There were a few beautiful girls among the lady goddess's lovers back then. There was no reason for him to not be tempted by the current him. Just as the two of them were engaged in a tug-of-war, Bao-er's clear voice rang from outside. "Long live the emperor!" Yunjoga quickly hid herself and retreated to the side to avoid attracting the Grey Emperor's attention. The next moment, the Grey Emperor strode in from outside. There was a gentle smile on his handsome face, and his entire being exuded a proud aura. Yusha got up from the imperial concubine's couch and bowed to the ground. "Your concubine greets your majesty." "My beloved concubine, you may dispense with the formalities." The Grey Emperor held Yusha's slender arm and pulled her into his arms. He smiled and said, "My beloved concubine, you're really lovely today." "I'm very happy." "Your Majesty, you flatter me." Yusha lowered her head slightly. The blush on her face spread to her neck. It was an indescribably moving sight. The Grey Emperor's gaze deepened. He smiled ambiguously and said, "The night is too short. Let's go to bed." After that, he carried Yusha in his arms and walked toward the large bed in the inner hall, stepping on the red flower petals that covered the floor. Chapter 4:18. Yunjoga stood stiffly in the corner as he watched Grey Emperor's dragon robe and Yusha's red muslin robe on the floor. The two of them were touching each other and rolling around on the bed. Goosebumps rose all over his body and his scalp went numb. Close your eyes if you don't want to look. Don't force yourself. As Zishang spoke, he slowly revealed himself and held Yunjoga's hand. You can show yourself now. Yunjoga looked at Zishang's handsome face and couldn't help but feel excited. Although Zishang was always by his side, there was still a big difference from touching the real person. It can only last for a short while. This short while was a burst of demonic power that he had been accumulating for a long time. It was to prevent Yunjoga from losing control of himself when he saw such an exciting scene. He had to stay by the side and help Yunjoga extinguish the fire when necessary. You don't have to do this. I'm fine. Yunjoga felt the warmth of Zishang's palm and felt sweet inside. He couldn't care less about Yusha and Grey Emperor anymore. Zishang was about to tease Yunjoga a little more when he saw what was happening with Yusha. He frowned and looked at the bed in the inner hall. What's wrong? Yunjoga followed Zishang's gaze and looked at the bed in the inner hall. Grey Emperor had gotten up and was standing by the bed. His muscular upper body was bare, but he was still wearing white underwear. Yusha's clothes were messy as she laid on the bed without any reaction. She seemed to have fainted. Yunjoga was about to go check on her, but Zishang stopped him. Don't rush. Let's see how it goes. Yunjoga could only suppress his anxiety and stand beside Zishang, watching Grey Emperor's movements closely. Grey Emperor slowly put on his dragon robe and took out a small grey bell. He shook it and called out, "Come in." A tall man with dark grey skin walked in through the door. He was actually a battle king. At this moment, the battle king's eyes were dull and lifeless, as if he was a marionette. Grey Emperor took out a black pill the size of a thumb and shook the bell for War King to swallow. Then, he told him to get on the bed. Warlord stripped off his clothes with a straight face and pounced on Yusha, who was lying on the bed in his nakedness. Yunjoga's eyes widened in shock. Could it be that the white-skinned woman hadn't slept with the grey-faced emperor, but had been fooling around with the War King like today? Also, what was that black meatball that Battle King ate just now? It smelled fishy, and he wondered if messing around with Yusha would hurt her. When Yunjoga saw that War King had already begun to tear Yusha's thin trousers apart, Yunjoga began to panic. He was afraid that Yusha would be at a disadvantage. Zishang's frown deepened. In the end, with a flick of his finger, a purple mist quietly slipped out. There was a sudden loud noise outside the door, and then there were the screams of the palace maids and eunuchs. Broken Jade Pavilion has collapsed, the palace of heavenly purity is on fire. On the bed, Warlord, who was pressing down on Yusha's hands and getting ready to raise his spear, immediately stopped what he was doing. A pained and conflicted expression appeared on his face. A look of rage flashed across the handsome face of the grey-faced emperor. Black mist leaked out of his cracked skin, making him look extremely terrifying. He glared fiercely at Warlord and shook the bell in his hand again. Warlord's expression became even more pained, but he stopped moving. The grey-faced emperor knew that he had lost control of Warlord, and forcing him to continue would only make things worse. He could only shake the bell helplessly to let Warlord leave Chushu Palace. Without even putting on his clothes, Warlord jumped out of the window with his well-built naked body. Yusha, who was lying on the bed, also happened to wake up at this time. She used the bright red blanket to cover her naked chest, and said to the grey-faced emperor who was standing by the bed in confusion, "Your Majesty, what happened?" "It's nothing. There's a fire outside, so I'll go out and take a look. You can continue to rest. The gray-faced emperor regained his gentle look. After comforting Yusha for a while, he walked out of the inner hall. As soon as the gray-faced emperor left, Yusha's beautiful face darkened. She dragged the bed sheet down and asked Yunjoga, who came up to her, what happened? That gray-faced emperor was probably impotent. Halfway through, Warlord came and even gave him a Herculean strength pill. Yunjoga told her what happened in a concise manner. In the end, Yusha asked, didn't you feel anything just now? When I was rolling on the bed with him, I was accidentally hit by his ice skill. I struggled to break free, and when I opened my eyes, I saw him standing by the bed. Yusha's beautiful brows furrowed tightly. Although she already knew that the gray-faced emperor's ice skill was powerful, it was still difficult for her to avoid it when her cultivation base was sealed. I wonder if Warlord knows that he's been used as a substitute by the emperor in bed. Yunjoga recalled Warlord's pained and conflicted look and felt that he should know something. That's easy. I'll just call him here tomorrow and ask him about it. Yusha's original plan was to feed the tiger with her own body and use it to absorb the gray-faced emperor's cultivation base. Now that the gray-faced emperor was not sleeping with her, she did not want to mess around with Warlord. We must get this done as soon as possible. I've already alerted the enemy when I tried to save you. The longer we delay, the more disadvantageous it will be for us, Zishang said with a serious expression. He had placed some gunpowder around Chushu Palace and the tower, planning to use it at a critical moment. He had exposed himself in order to save Yusha just now. The gray-faced emperor must have sensed it, so all his arrangements were ruined. If that's the case, then let's go look for Warlord now. The meatball he ate earlier has an aphrodisiac effect. He might be waiting for us to save him now. Yunjoga's eyes were sharp. He had already spotted Warlord in a state of arousal when he ran out naked. It was said that men were like wild beasts when they were aroused. It was hard to guarantee what they would do. You stay here to fool others. Joga, come with me. Zishang made a prompt decision and dragged Yunjoga away. Hey! Yusha was not even dressed yet, so she could not catch up even if she wanted to. Yunjoga followed Zishang out the window and smelled a faint musk lingering in the air. This was left behind by Warlord. He's over there. Zishang scanned the area and accurately determined Warlord's whereabouts. Yunjoga looked into the distance and realized that Zishang was pointing at Pear Blossom Garden. Pear Blossom Garden still shone with a beautiful light, but it was no longer peaceful. Under a blooming pear blossom tree, the sounds of a woman's choking moans and a man's intense panting could be heard intermittently. When Yunjoga and Zishang arrived, they saw the War King galloping around a palace maid's body with bloodshot eyes. The pear blossom tree shook violently as he slammed into it, and the pure white petals fell on his sweaty back. Yunjoga was about to rush forward to save him, but Zishang pulled him back again. What's done is done. Why don't we wait until he's done? Otherwise, it'll be troublesome if Warlord gets stuck there in shock. Yunjoga immediately imagined the scene of a stick stuck in his head. His face darkened, but he did not dare to rush forward. Fortunately, Warlord had already reached his limit. His back was as taut as a bow. After a low growl, he collapsed on top of the palace maid. Chapter 419. Zishang waved his sleeve, and purple mist wrapped around Warlord. He rolled to the side, revealing the palace maid he was pressing down on. Bow, Yunjoga was shocked. The one Warlord was humiliating was Chushu Palace's palace maid, Bow, Perhaps it was because of the chaotic situation that Warlord grabbed a random palace maid and messed with her in Pear Garden. Bao was unlucky. Right now, Bao was a little pitiful. Her beautiful face was covered in tears, and her curvy body was covered in bruises. Her lower body was even worse. The gray-skinned man's body was stronger than a normal human's, but Warlord still messed with him. It was enough to show how much of a beast Warlord was after taking the medicine. Take her back first. Don't let Grey Emperor and Warlord know about this. Zishang ordered Yunjioge as he waved his hand and shot out purple mist to wipe away all traces of Pear Garden. Yunjioge took out a cleansing talisman and put it on Bao. Then, she wrapped her in her clothes and followed Zishang back to Chushu Palace. How is it? Did you find Warlord? What happened to Bao? Yusha had been hanging around Chushu Palace lately, so she knew Bao very well. Bao was caught by the mad warlord. Yunjioge put Bao on the bed. Warlord raped her. Yusha thought of something and lifted Bao's clothes to examine her body. What are you doing? Yunjioge looked at Yusha angrily. She knew that Yusha's soul was a man. This was too much. Didn't you say Grey Emperor gave Warlord an aphrodisiac pill? There should be something different if he let it out. Yusha checked Bao and found nothing strange. She looked up and asked Yunjioge, when you saw her, what color was the liquid on her? Yunjioge saw how serious Yusha was and couldn't help but scratch her face. She hesitantly said, I think it was gray. She was too shocked and didn't look closely. It was gray, Zishang replied calmly. Back then, the War King's condition was abnormal. Something was controlling his body. If he didn't let it out, his life would be in danger. That was why he stopped Yunjioge from going up. Yunjioge's eyes widened. Yusha thought about it for a moment, then placed his hand on Bao'er's abdomen and examined it thoroughly. In the end, he frowned and said, so it's this thing. What is it? When Yunjioge saw Yusha and Zishang talking as if they were talking in riddles, he was so anxious that he wanted to punch them. What the Greyface Emperor wants the most is a devilish embryo formed from demonic qi and baleful qi, Zishang said expressionlessly. What does he want the demonic embryo for? Yunjioge blinked. The devilish embryo was a mixture of devilish qi and baleful qi. It was one of the evilest things in the world. It was absolutely not something that a golden core stage cultivator could cultivate. If he really managed to cultivate the demonic fetus, the entire world would be destroyed. Even the golden core realm Greyface Emperor would be no exception. Who knows? Maybe he wants to use him as a puppet, or maybe he wants to use him as a vessel. Yusha shrugged. This kind of thing was all too common in the Devil Clan. The devilish body was the best vessel for cultivating demonic techniques. Many demonic cultivators would come up with this method to cultivate faster. However, the success rate was less than 1 in a million. Can you get rid of the demonic qi in Bao'er's body? No matter what the Greyface Emperor wanted to do, Yunjioge had to stop this evil plan. This devilish qi is very corrosive. It has already entered deep into Bao'er's body. If I take it out now, she will die immediately. Yusha shook his head. This was actually a very good opportunity. If he used it well, Bao'er might become a weapon against the Greyface Emperor. Are we just going to let the devilish embryo form in Bao'er's body? Yunjioge looked disapproving. This was no joke. If things went wrong, they might all die. If the devilish embryo could form so easily, it wouldn't be called the worst of all evils. Don't worry. When the time is right, I will personally get rid of the devilish qi in Bao'er's body. I guarantee it won't affect Bao'er's life. However, the most important thing now is to seal Bao'er's memory. We don't want her to give herself away and attract the Emperor's attention. Yusha's cultivation was still sealed, so Zishang was the only one who could do this. Zishang extended his index finger and tapped Bao Er's forehead. A purple light shone on Bao Er's forehead. Her pained expression calmed down, and her tightly clenched fists slowly relaxed. Yusha put Bao Er in the ear chamber that the palace maids used to keep watch at night. She then looked up at Zishang and asked, "How is Warlord? Don't tell me you didn't leave a demon eye to watch him. Do you think I'm you?" Zishang looked at Yusha with disdain and said, "Warlord is still lying in Pear Garden. I think he will only wake up in the morning." Wake up in the morning. Yunjoga remembered that Warlord was still naked. If the palace maids and eunuchs came out at dawn, they would be seen naked. That's the effect I want. Zishang narrowed his eyes. If he did not embarrass Warlord once, how would he know that he was in a difficult and dangerous situation? Good idea. Yunjoga thought of poor Bao Er. He was happy to see Warlord being tricked. The effects of the invisibility pill are about to wear off. Change back to your original identity. I think the Emperor won't do anything reckless for a while after what Warlord did. Yusha quickly smeared her skin with dust and changed back into the palace maid's clothes. She then went to the ear chamber to check on Bao Er's condition. Bao Er was leaning against the chair in the ear chamber in a daze. When she heard the commotion outside, she opened her eyes in a daze and looked around her surroundings. She remembered that the Emperor had asked Miss Yun to serve him in bed last night. She was waiting outside the door for the summons when she suddenly heard the palace collapse and the sound of water on fire. Since she was not allowed to go out at night, she did not dare to go out to check. She only walked around the courtyard of Chusho Palace to make sure that the door was locked. She couldn't remember what happened after that. "Big sister Bao Er, why are you sleeping here?" Yusha walked in with an act. When she saw Bao Er's dazed look, she quickly helped her up. "I was worried that you would be frightened and not be able to sleep well at night, so I stayed here to watch over you." Although Bao Er still did not know what happened, she instinctively found an excuse for her actions. Big sister Bao Er is really attentive to the young lady. But it's almost dawn. You should go wash up quickly. Yusha said considerately. "All right." Bao Er was already half awake. She was back to her usual nimble self. After washing up and changing her clothes at the fastest speed, she returned to the inner hall to prepare breakfast. Then, she invited Yunjoga out. While Yunjoga was eating, he said to Bao Er, "Go out and find out what happened last night. Why is it so noisy? Did something happen in Pear Garden?" He emphasized the words, Pear Garden. Yunjoga was having breakfast. "This servant will send someone to find out right now." Even if Yunjoga did not mention it, Bao Er would still go find out. This was something that she had to do as the head palace maid of Chusho Palace. Chapter 420. Yunjoga picked up the teacup and moistened his throat. Then he said to Bao Er, "I don't trust others. You should go ask yourself." "Yes." Bao Er nodded gently and went out to inquire about the news. Because the commotion last night was too big, Bao Er easily heard about it. When she came back, her beautiful face still had a shocked expression. "What's wrong?" Yunjoga put down the teacup and asked. "Miss, I've already inquired. Last night, Broken Jade Pavilion suddenly collapsed. The Emperor personally took people to extinguish the fire." Bao Er replied softly. "What about Pear Garden?" Yunjoga raised his eyebrows and asked. Bao Er blushed and said hesitantly, "Pear Garden is fine, but what?" Yunjoga frowned and his face darkened. "Don't hesitate, say what you have to say." "Yes." Bao saw that Yunjoga didn't look happy, so she quickly told him what she had heard. I heard that when the eunuchs in the watering room went to the pear garden to sweep the floor, they found the warlord hanging unconscious on the pear tree without any clothes on. Because warlord's position was too conspicuous, except for the eunuchs and maids who were responsible for taking care of pear garden, all the people nearby could see it clearly. They could even count the moles on warlord's body. Warlord was hanging naked on the tree. Yunjoga's mouth twitched. He inexplicably remembered the scene of those cultivators who offended Zishang in Yin Corp's sect being hung. Zishang was really dirty when he was naughty. He didn't know where he learned this bad habit of taking off people's clothes when he was unhappy. Warlord took off his clothes himself, okay? Zishang was very dissatisfied. How could he be described as a pervert? He was kind enough to wrap a circle around Warlord's waist with leaves. Actually, he wasn't hanging. I don't know who knitted a grass leaf skirt for Warlord and put a big lotus leaf in the middle. Bao said with a blushing face. A big lotus leaf in the middle. Yunjoga didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was better to be naked. Miss, don't forget to tell others. It'll be bad if they hear it. Bao reminded him. Although the emperor was in charge of the harem, the war king was still the emperor's younger brother. It would be dangerous for him to lose his temper. I know. Pass down the order as well. Tell the people of Chushio Palace to shut up and not talk about this matter. Yunjoga ordered. Even though Bao's memories had been sealed by Zishang, it was hard to guarantee that she would not suddenly recall the time when she was humiliated. I understand. Bao agreed with Yunjoga's order, so she went to do it. After Bao went out, Yu Sha sneaked in. Where did you go? He disappeared early in the morning. It's such a fun thing. Of course I have to go and see it myself. Yu Sha winked mischievously at Yunjoga and said with a smile, Bao didn't tell me everything just now. Actually, there's more to it. What else? Yunjoga asked with interest. After the warlord ran away, he went to the imperial study and made a scene with the emperor. Now, he's grounded by the emperor, Yu Sha said in a low voice. Grounded? Can we still find him? Yunjoga wanted to have a good talk with the warlord. I've already sent him a message. He said that he'll find a chance to talk to you tonight. Yu Sha didn't go out just to watch the show. Then I'll wait for the good news, Yunjoga said with a smile. In order to have a smooth private meeting with the warlord tonight, Yunjoga even went to Uniquely to ask about Grey Emperor's whereabouts. Something happened at Broken Jade Pavilion last night. His Majesty will be very busy these few days. However, His Majesty is still concerned about you, so he asked you to let him know if you need anything. Don't make yourself feel wronged, Uniquely said respectfully. He didn't know that Yunjoga didn't consummate the night before. He thought to himself that the white-skinned noblewoman was different this time. She didn't immediately send her out to have her miscarriage checked. I understand. Thank you, Uniquely, knowing that Grey Emperor didn't have time to care about her, she was completely relieved. After nightfall, Yunjoga sent all the palace maids and eunuchs away. Only Yu Sha stayed with her to wait for the warlord's arrival. It wasn't until midnight that Zishang reminded her, he's here. Yu Sha retreated to the back and hid. Now wasn't the time for her to show herself. Yunjoga smoothed out the wrinkles on her clothes, got up, and opened the door. She saw the black-robed emissary wearing a white mask. Why are you here? Yunjoga frowned. She thought Warlord would come in person. She didn't expect him to send an emissary. How insincere. Good night, Miss Yun. His Highness Warlord is grounded by His Majesty and can't move. He could only send me as an emissary to negotiate with you. I wonder if you have anything to say to him. The masked man's voice was very gentle. It was easy to believe his words. I'm only talking to Warlord himself. I don't suspect anyone else. You may leave. Although Yunjoga knew that this masked man was Warlord's good friend, she didn't want to talk nonsense with him. Miss, are you worried about my identity? Although I'm a black-robed emissary, I'm with His Highness Warlord. If you don't believe me, you can take a look at this. The masked man took out a grey token. On it was the symbol of the Revolutionary Army. It represented his position as the deputy leader of the Revolutionary Army. I don't care who you're with. I just want to see Warlord, Yunjoga said firmly. The masked man was silent for a moment. He sighed and said, I can tell that Miss Yun isn't an ordinary person. Your insistence on seeing Warlord must have something to do with what happened last night. Last night, you mentioned the broken Jade Pavilion's collapse. Yunjoga played dumb. No. The masked man gave Yunjoga a deep look. He then said, I'm talking about the failed consummation last night. What do you mean? It seemed like this masked man knew a lot of things. Let's not beat around the bush. Since you're standing here in one piece, you should already know that the white-skinned woman was slept with by Warlord in place of His Majesty, the masked man continued. That's right. I know it was Warlord's doing, but I don't know why he did it. He doesn't look like a man blinded by greed. Yunjoga continued the masked man's topic. I can tell you the reason, but you must help me, the masked man said. Help you with what? Yunjoga asked. I want you to help me deal with His Majesty's Leng Hui. The masked man stared at Yunjoga and said, You don't have to refuse. I know you have the ability. From the first time I saw you, I knew you didn't belong to this world. You're from the outside world, just like him. Yunjoga's pupils shrank. The masked man's words contained too much information. Chapter 421. So that grey-faced emperor came from the outside. No wonder he could cultivate to the golden core stage. Zi Shang had been curious about the lack of spirit qi in this world. Everywhere was filled with killing intent. It was not easy to cultivate to the golden core stage. I was wondering why he was so weird. He didn't look like an emperor at all. Also, the rules in this palace are so messy. Yunjoga compared the palace in Thunder Country. The palace here was like a knockoff. Everything felt strange. The masked man did not know that Yunjoga was daydreaming. Seeing her deep gaze, he thought that she did not believe him. He took off the white mask and said, You should believe me now, right? Under the mask was a handsome man's face. He looked exactly like Warlord. The only difference was that his face was very white. It was so white that it was almost transparent. It was very strange. What's your relationship with Warlord? Yunjoga narrowed her eyes. It was obvious that the masked man and Warlord had a special relationship. My name is Leng Bai. I'm Warlord Leng Mo's twin brother. Leng Hui is our big brother. Leng Bai narrowed his eyes and began to recount his memories. The country they lived in was called Grey Country. When children were born, they were weak white-skinned people. When their bloodline awakened, they would become gray-skinned people. The darker their skin, the stronger they were. They did not need to cultivate to have the power to fight tigers and wolves. At that time, Grey Country was not divided into ranks. Everyone was of the same status. Leng Hui was the eldest son of Grey Country's emperor. When he was born, he was the future heir. He was calm and generous. He had extraordinary talent. He loved his younger brother and cared for his people. He was a very good person. Until one day, he was seriously injured while hunting. His life was in danger. The state preceptor summoned his soul to save him. After Lang Hui came back to life, his personality changed. Not only did he become obsessed with cultivation, but he was also crazy about fair-skinned women. He requested the whole country to send fair-skinned women into his harem. Apart from that, he also plundered the wealth of the people to build a strange tower. Because he did not have enough people to build the tower, he divided the people into ranks according to their skin color. Those with dark skin were classified as untouchables. They were dragged to build the tower and did the most tiring and dirty work. At that time, Ling Bai and Ling Imo had realized that Big Brother might have been possessed by the devil. They had wanted to kill the devil, but they had been poisoned and controlled by Ling Gray instead. After Ling Bai and Ling Imo were poisoned, Ling Mo's body became stronger and stronger, but his mind became more and more muddled, and his bestial side often erupted. Ling Bai's skin was getting whiter and whiter, and his cultivation was getting higher and higher, but he had lost the ability to procreate. When Yun Jioga heard that Ling Bai had been poisoned, he could not help but interrupt him. "Stretch out your hand, I'll check your pulse." Ling Bai was stunned, but he still extended his hand obediently. A glimmer of hope appeared on his face. Yun Jioga placed his hand on Ling Bai's slender and fragile wrist and discovered that there was actually no pulse to speak of. It was a completely dead body. Ling Bai's body is cursed. This is refined by a golden core cultivator's soul energy mixed with poison. Only the person who poisoned him can remove it. You have no way of removing it now. Zi Shang had long seen that Ling Bai was poisoned. However, he had no way of curing this poison, so he did not tell Yun Jioga. It was actually a curse. Yun Jioga had heard of this strange poison before. It was very similar to a curse, but it was even more troublesome. To cure it, one had to be a realm higher than the person who poisoned him. This was impossible for Yun Jioga. Zi Shang was more likely to do so. However, it was obvious that Zi Shang would not waste his demonic power to do such a thing. "I'm sorry, I have no way of curing it either." Yun Jioga retracted his hand helplessly. "It's fine. The poison that the devil used is extremely strange. There's no cure at all. I've already resigned myself to my fate." Ling Bai lowered his eyes to hide his disappointment. He retracted his hand and continued to talk about Lang Hui. After that devil-possessed Lang Hui, he had also lost the ability to procreate. That was why he had Lang Imo, who had the same bloodline as Lang Hui, take his place in bed. After those white-skinned women slept with Lang Imo, they were brought to the tower by Lang Hui and disappeared. Ling Bai had once sent assassins to check on the tower, but without exception, none of them walked out alive. I originally wanted to go there personally, but as long as I get close to the tower, Lang Hui will immediately sense it and increase the dosage of the poison. When my skin becomes completely transparent, I will die. It doesn't matter if I die, but I can't watch the devil in Lang Hui's body destroy this country. Since you were able to come to our Grey Nation safely from the outside, you must have a way to deal with that devil. Ling Bai stared at Yun Jioga as if he was looking at a savior. It seems that this Lang Hui has been possessed. The power suppressing him should be the soul power that Lang Hui left behind, Zi Shang said thoughtfully. Then as long as we help to strengthen Lang Hui's soul power, won't we be able to send the person who has possessed him flying? Yun Jioga immediately asked. A soul that had lost its body was very weak. It would be easy to deal with it. We don't have anything that can strengthen Lang Hui's soul power now. Moreover, the possessed cultivator is already in the Golden Core realm. It won't be that easy to get rid of him, Zi Shang said calmly. This nameless Golden Core had possessed Lang Hui for so long. It was already deeply rooted in his body. It would be very difficult to get rid of it. Lang Bai might have a way. After all, they are blood brothers. Yunjoga said optimistically. Then you should ask him. Zishang said without much hope. Then I'll ask. Yunjoga came back to his senses and said to the nervous Leng Bai, I do have a way to deal with that possessed devil. Actually, I've already discovered a mysterious power that can suppress the devil. It should be the soul power that your big brother left behind. That means my big brother is still alive. Leng Bai's eyes widened in disbelief. That's right. If you can awaken your big brother, we have the confidence to deal with that devil. Yunjoga nodded. Then how do we awaken him? Leng Bai asked anxiously. I don't know. This devil was summoned by you guys. Think of a way yourself. Yunjoga threw the question back at him. Leng Bai frowned and said, although the one who summoned him was the Grand Preceptor, the Grand Preceptor doesn't know the inside story. Is the Grand Preceptor still alive? Yunjoga asked. To be able to summon a golden core cultivator from the outside world meant that he was quite powerful. Ever since the Grand Preceptor helped Big Brother summon his soul, he suffered a backlash from heaven. He's been in seclusion at home. I haven't seen him for a long time. Leng Bai sighed. Bring me to him. Compared to going head-on with the golden core cultivator, Yunjoga was more inclined to take a roundabout way to save the country. Hence, she would definitely not let go of any clues. I can bring you to him, but Leng Hui is watching you very closely. It'll be very difficult for you to leave the palace. Leng Bai looked troubled. It had taken him a lot of effort to sneak in tonight. Chapter 422. You don't have to worry about that. Go and make the arrangements now. I'll wait for you at the palace gate. Yunjoga had Yu Sha as his substitute. Leaving was a simple task. All right, I'll go and make the arrangements now. Leng Bai trusted Yunjoga and left immediately. After Leng Bai left, Yunjoga called Yu Sha out. Pretend to be me and stay here. Leng Bai and I will go see the Grand Master. You and Zishang go on dates every day and leave me here alone. That's too much. Yu Sha was very unhappy. She risked her life to follow Lady Goddess to this secret realm but was used like a tool. She didn't even have a chance to be alone with her. How was she supposed to win back Lady Goddess's heart? Listen to me. This is serious business. Yunjoga comforted without any sincerity. No, not unless you kiss me. Yu Sha's pretty face was glowing as she looked at Yunjoga coquettishly. Her cherry lips were very alluring. It was undeniable that Yu Sha was beautiful like this. Even if she was a male demon deep in her soul, it didn't diminish her charm. If Yunjoga was a man, he would definitely fall for her. Unfortunately, Yunjoga was a straight woman. No matter how ridiculous she was in her past life and how many lovers she had, she was only interested in Zishang now. Hence, facing Yu Sha's coquettish behavior, Yunjoga just wanted to run away. Ignore her. Give her a slap and she'll know how to write the word dutiful. Zishang's voice was gloomy. It looked like he wanted to do it himself. Yu Sha, listen to me. I won't mistreat you in the future. Yunjoga wasn't as cruel as Zishang. He couldn't destroy a flower. After comforting Yu Sha, he turned and ran. Joga. Yu Sha stared at Yunjoga's disappearing silhouette with a bewildered look on her pretty face. She then pinched her ample bosom and mumbled to herself, could it be that the saint isn't interested in this body? Speaking of which, the tomboys that the saint has been courting in the past were all flat-chested. Yu Sha thought she had found the reason why Lady Goddess despised her. She was extremely annoyed. If she had known this would happen, she would have attached herself to a man. It was easier for her to be a man. However, Lady Goddess's heart had always been unpredictable. As long as she didn't ask her to leave, she would still have a chance. Let's wait and see. As Yusha's imagination ran wild, he did not forget to disguise his face. He had followed the goddess for so many years and understood her temperament very well. Usually, she could do whatever she wanted to please her, but as long as she gave him a task, if he couldn't complete it, he could only get lost. The goddess would never keep a useless person. Even if it was a lover, she would choose the strongest one. But then again, if they weren't strong enough, they would have been killed by Zishang a long time ago. At that time, Zishang was the strongest man by the goddess' side. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't make the goddess pregnant and give birth to the child of life, the goddess wouldn't have gone around looking for lovers to give birth to. However, in this life, the goddess seemed to be completely bewitched by that fellow, Zishang. She didn't know if she still had the chance to rise to the top. It seemed that he still had to seize the opportunity to please the goddess. Otherwise, when those troublesome fellows rushed over, the competition would be even greater. Yusha lay on the bed, thinking about the goddess. He tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. At this moment, a gust of wind with a faint fishy smell drifted in from outside. Yusha's body tensed up, but he soon relaxed and pretended to fall asleep. A moment later, a black silhouette entered the room without a sound. He stood by the bed and stared at Yusha. Then, he suddenly bent down and moved closer to Yusha's neck. His nostrils flared like a wild beast looking for prey. Yusha didn't need to open her eyes to know that the person who came was Leng Hui. She tried her best to relax her breathing so that Leng Hui wouldn't notice anything out of the ordinary. Leng Hui sniffed Yusha's body and knocked her out with a palm strike. He carried her on his shoulder and took her away. Before Yusha fainted, she only had time to send a message to Zishang and Yunjioga with her thoughts before she fainted. At this moment, Yunjioga and Lengbai had just boarded the carriage and were about to head to the Grand Preceptor's residence, which was located 30 miles away from the capital. The Grand Preceptor used to live in the palace's observatory. Ever since he was struck by divine retribution, he returned to his old house and refused to see any guests. Lengbai introduced the Grand Preceptor's life to Yunjioga on the carriage. The Great Kingdom didn't have a Grand Preceptor in the past. That was until a natural disaster struck 100 years ago. A gust of murderous aura descended from the sky and spread like a plague. Those infected by the murderous aura would turn into walking corpses and go around killing people. Back then, the people were panicking and the Great Kingdom was in danger of being destroyed. Later on, the Grand Preceptor saved the people of the world with the murderous pill he invented. The Emperor of the Great Kingdom at the time was Lengbai's grandfather. He cultivated the observatory in the palace and invited the Grand Preceptor back. The Grand Preceptor had a profound cultivation base and boundless transcendence energy. He was also very concerned about the people. Every time there was a natural disaster, he would inform the imperial court in advance and help the people avoid many disasters. When my big brother's life was in danger, my father knelt down and begged the Grand Preceptor to save his life. The Grand Preceptor said that my big brother's soul had already left and could only be summoned by someone with the bloodline of a relative. My father volunteered himself and the Grand Preceptor used another 49 sacrifices to successfully summon my big brother's soul back. I didn't expect a devil to follow my big brother back. Lengbai's heart ached when he said this. He thought his big brother had passed away. He didn't expect his big brother's soul to still be around. It was just suppressed by the devil. This meant that the Grand Preceptor's soul summoning art was a success. Wasn't the murderous corpse arcane realm opened 100 years ago? Could this Grand Preceptor be an outsider as well? Yunjioga asked Zishang secretly. It's very possible, but we'll only know the specifics when we see him in person, Zishang said cautiously. At that moment, Lengbai spoke. We're here. Yunjoga followed him down the carriage. In front of them was a gloomy manor. The surroundings were filled with tall locust trees, covering the manor tightly. The morning sun was very bright, but it couldn't penetrate at all. Yunjoga looked at the locust trees and felt inexplicably uncomfortable. It was as if she was in a graveyard. This is the soul sealing formation. Someone wants to seal the Grand Preceptor's soul here, Zishang said solemnly. It must be the person who possessed Lang Hui. He's so worried about the Grand Preceptor's soul escaping. This means that the Grand Preceptor must know something. Yunjoga felt that she had made the right decision to come here. Lang Bai saw Yunjoga staring at the locust trees and explained, after the Grand Preceptor suffered the backlash, he was afraid of sunlight. He found someone to hasten the growth of these trees. Didn't Lang Hui find someone to hasten the growth? Yunjoga raised her eyebrows. This answer didn't match what she had imagined. It's not Lang Hui. It's the Grand Preceptor, Lang Bai said with certainty. It's useless to ask him. Let's go in first, Zishang urged. He had already received news that Yu Sha had been taken away by Lang Hui. There was no time to waste here. Chapter 423. Alright, I'll go in now. Yunjoga could feel Zishang's anxiety, so he climbed over the wall and entered the manor. Hey, wait. Lang Bai wanted to enter through the main door, but he could only follow. It was even darker inside the manor. He could vaguely see the servants busying about in silence. Their vitality was so weak that they were like the living dead. Where's the Grand Preceptor? Yunjoga asked Lang Bai in a low voice. In the courtyard on the west side. I'll take you there. Lang Bai walked through the corridor and headed towards the most remote corner on the west side. The further he went, the darker it got. There was no light at all in broad daylight. If the people at the outermost area were the living dead, then the people at the inner area were the walking dead. Lang Bai was shocked when he saw the walking dead. He even wanted to kill them. Don't be meddlesome. Finding the Grand Preceptor is more important. Yunjoga quickly stopped him. No, if we let these walking dead out, they'll endanger the entire Grey Nation. Ever since the baleful Aura disaster broke out 100 years ago, the Grey Nation's royal family issued an order to kill all the walking dead in the world. We'll talk about it later. These walking dead won't be able to escape. Seeing Lang Bai's insistence, Yunjoga could only take out several corpse control talismans from his storage bag and toss them over. After the walking dead were hit by the talismans, they obediently stood at the side and did not move. As long as I light the talismans, those walking dead will burn themselves to death. Is that okay? Yunjoga asked. All right. Although Lang Bai was still unwilling, he did not insist and continued to lead Yunjoga to the west courtyard. The west courtyard was so dark that one could not even see their fingers in front of them. It was filled with a thick aura of death. A foul smell came from the dark courtyard. It was the smell of rotting corpses. Why is it so smelly? Lang Bai could not help but seal his nose aperture. The last time he visited the Grand Preceptor, the west courtyard was dark but clean. Looks like you're about to die. Yunjoga's expression was solemn. Impossible. Lang Bai anxiously pushed open the courtyard's old gate and walked into the smelly room. He immediately saw the Grand Preceptor lying on the moldy bed. The Grand Preceptor before him could no longer be called a human. He was a pile of bones and rotting flesh. There were even maggots wriggling in the rotting flesh. Grand Preceptor. Lang Bai's face turned even paler. He used all his strength to cover his mouth to prevent himself from vomiting. Ha ha. The Imperial Tutor's half-rotten mouth let out a series of gasping sounds. He wanted to say something but he couldn't. How could this be? Lang Bai did not expect the backlash from the state preceptor's heavenly wrath to be so severe. This is not the wrath of heaven. Someone trapped his soul in his rotten body to torture him, Yun Joga said calmly. Could it be that demon? Why would he do that? Lang Bai's eyes widened. The Grand Preceptor had gone into seclusion after summoning the spirits and had not had any contact with Lang Hui. How could he have offended that devil? You'll have to ask the Imperial Preceptor. Yun Joga was certain that the Imperial Preceptor knew something. The Imperial Preceptor is already in such a state. What else can he ask? Lang Bai looked sorrowfully at the half-dead Grand Tutor. He didn't expect the Grey Kingdom's hero to end up in such a miserable state. It was all his negligence. When he got back, he would definitely punish those servants who served him. This is indeed a problem. Yun Joga frowned. The Imperial Preceptor's tongue was already half rotten and he couldn't speak at all. His hands were only bones left. He probably couldn't write either. How was he supposed to communicate with him? Why go through so much trouble? Just search his soul directly, Zi Shang said coldly. Search his soul? Yun Joga was in a difficult position. The Imperial Preceptor was not an enemy. She couldn't do such a cruel thing. He was tortured by that golden core cultivator. As long as we help him take revenge, he will definitely be willing to let us search his soul. If you don't believe me, you can ask him, Zi Shang said confidently. All right. Yun Joga decided to give it a try. He asked the Imperial Preceptor, Imperial Preceptor, I'm here to investigate the demon that possessed Emperor Lang Hui. Are you willing to let us search his soul? No. Before the Imperial Preceptor could reply, Lang Bai had already rejected him. The soul-searching art was so cruel. How could they use it on the Imperial Preceptor? Hee. The Imperial Preceptor took a deep breath and nodded with all his might. See, I told you he would agree. Zi Shang looked as if he had already expected it. Imperial Preceptor. Lang Bai was at a loss. Since the Imperial Preceptor agrees, let's search. Yun Joga saw that Lang Bai was still hesitating. She said unhappily, if you dilly-dally now, not only will you increase the Imperial Preceptor's pain, you will also delay us from saving your big brother. Lang Bai thought of her big brother who was being suppressed by the demon. In the end, she still nodded and agreed. All right. Hand the body to me. I will search it. Zi Shang was worried about Yun Joga's technique. All right. Yun Joga closed her eyes in trust and handed the body to Zi Shang. Lang Bai, who was waiting anxiously at the side, saw that Yun Joga didn't move for a long time. Just as she was about to ask about the situation, Yun Joga suddenly opened her eyes. Her entire aura changed. There was a faint purple glow in the depths of her black eyes. She became cold and arrogant, inviolable. Lang Bai couldn't help but take a step back. She felt respect for the current Yun Joga from the bottom of her heart. Zi Shang didn't care about Lang Bai's rich inner thoughts. She walked straight to the Imperial Preceptor. She opened her fair and tender palm and aimed it at the Imperial Preceptor. A purple mist was spat out from her palm and wrapped around the Imperial Preceptor's head. Yun Joga's soul was hiding in his consciousness. He could clearly see the masses of consciousness being transmitted from the Imperial Preceptor. The truth was immediately revealed to the world. It turned out that the Imperial Preceptor was just an ordinary gray-skinned warrior. 100 years ago, he accidentally fell into a cliff crack near a volcano and obtained a supreme cultivation technique. The cultivation technique was written by a golden core cultivator called Cho Shan. It introduced a marrow cleansing pill. As long as one consumed it, they would achieve great success in the cultivation technique. At that time, the Imperial Preceptor was bewitched. He followed the method recorded in the book to collect the ingredients. In the end, he really refined a black marrow cleansing pill. After he consumed the marrow cleansing pill, a soul named Cho Shan suddenly appeared from the supreme cultivation technique and entered his body. It turned out that everything was Cho Shan's scheme. Cho Shan was originally a late-stage golden core cultivator from the outside world. When he accidentally fell into this space, his body was destroyed. His life depended on himself. He used a secret technique to hide his soul. Then, he released a supreme cultivation technique and waited for the host to appear. After Cho Shan took over the Imperial Preceptor's body, he killed 99 gray-skinned people. Then, he used their souls to set up an evil formation to summon the pestilence baleful Qi to lead to the Grey Kingdom. When the Grey Kingdom's emperor was helpless, he appeared with the antidote and successfully became the Grey Kingdom's imperial preceptor. In the next 100 years, Cho Shan began to plan to build a tower that could connect with the baleful Qi of heaven and earth. Other than that, he also secretly captured many people for research. There were men, women, young, old, and all kinds of skin color. He even secretly brought back a descendant of the Grey Kingdom's royal family who was not favored. Later, he discovered that the fair-skinned women in this arcane realm had the potential to develop the demonic attraction physique. That was the best vessel to cultivate a baleful demon fetus. Chapter 424. After Cho Shan discovered the white-skinned woman's secret, he became even crazier. He spent a great deal of effort researching the demonic attraction powder and secretly placed it in the water source to change the physique of the entire Grey Nation. Although this was a huge project, he had finally succeeded after persevering for 100 years. 80% of the white-skinned women had the demon-attracting physique. It was just that this artificially cultivated physique was very fragile, and there was no way to give birth to a demonic embryo in one go. Thus, Cho Shan began another plan. He plotted to heavily injure Leng Hui, then had the Imperial Preceptor pretend to summon the soul into Leng Hui's body. Then, he used the power of the Emperor to build a tall tower, and frantically searched for the white-skinned woman and placed her in the tower to be nurtured. Because the Grand Preceptor's stubborn resistance over the past 100 years had caused Cho Shan a lot of trouble, after Cho Shan entered Leng Hui's body, he set up this evil spirit array to trap the Grand Preceptor in the rotting body and torture him. If Cho Shan knew that his pettiness had caused him to be exposed, would he regret it? I don't know if he will regret it or not. I only know that Cho Shan must be related to Cho Sr., Zi Shang said with certainty. It's just that they have the same surname. They might not be related. Yunjioga felt that there was some involvement. Cho Sen once said that we can find the treasure map if we get the bloody bead. Later, the bloody bead exploded and we came here to meet Cho Shan. Do you think it's a coincidence? Anyway, he didn't think so. You mean the last piece of the treasure map is in Cho Shan? Yunjioga was excited. That's right. That's the only explanation. If Cho Sen didn't know Cho Shan, how could he know the secret of the bloody killing bead and the treasure map? If the treasure map is really with Cho Shan, then we didn't come here for nothing. Yunjioga suddenly became excited. Originally, he thought that he was just unlucky to fall into this godforsaken place. He never thought that he would be able to find the last piece of the treasure map. Miss Yun, did you find any news from the soul search? The Grand Preceptor is dying. Ling Bai looked at the Grand Preceptor who was gradually losing his breath and immediately became anxious. The Imperial Preceptor has already gone to where he should go. With a flick of Yunjioga's finger, a wisp of white flame landed on the Imperial Tutor's body, instantly burning him to ashes. This pitiful state preceptor had been dragged by Cho Shan to live for 100 years. He had long wanted to be free. Did the state preceptor say anything about how to deal with that devil? Ling Bai continued to ask. No, but the Grand Preceptor has already told us the name of the devil. Yunjoga told Leng Bai about the information regarding Cho Shan that he had obtained from the Grand Preceptor's soul. Cho Shan has been hiding for 100 years. Leng Bai felt a chill run down his spine. Could they really defeat that devil after setting up so many traps for 100 years? Don't be discouraged. I already know the method to stimulate your big brother's soul power, Yunjoga said confidently. The reason why the State Preceptor was able to resist Cho Shan for 100 years as a mortal was because of his deep love for the Grey Kingdom. Leng Hui had always been a competent emperor, and his love for the Grey Kingdom was only deeper than the State Preceptor's. As long as he set it up properly, he would definitely be able to awaken Leng Hui's soul. Then let's hurry back, lest a long night brings trouble. The more Leng Bai understood Cho Shan's background, the more he feared him. Now he just wanted to get him out of his big brother's body as soon as possible. There's no rush. Destroy this manor first to prevent the deathly aura from escaping, said Yunjoga. I'll get someone to deal with it later. Even if Yunjoga had not mentioned it, Leng Bai would have destroyed all the walking corpses in this manor. Get someone to chop down the surrounding trees first. Wait for sunlight to shine into every corner of the manor before you kill the walking corpses. This step cannot be wrong, or else the consequences will be very serious, Yunjoga instructed sternly. Although this soul-trapping formation was not complicated, destroying it recklessly would cause the deathly aura to explode. When that happened, all living things within a 10-mile radius would be killed. I'll keep an eye on it personally, Leng Bai nodded solemnly, then asked, is there anything I need to do in the palace? Compared to this manor, Leng Bai was more concerned about the palace and his big brother. Get War King Leng Mo here. The two of you will be able to deal a heavy blow to Cho Shan if you work together. These two brothers were definitely the key to defeating Cho Shan. Alright, I'll go look for Leng Mo now, Leng Bai said impatiently. Since he was about to fall out with Cho Shan, there was no point in grounding him. I'll wait for you at Chushu Palace. Yunjoga boarded the horse carriage after parting ways with Leng Bai. He then said to Zishang, when we get back, let Yu Sha make the arrangements. She's the best at this sort of thing. Yu Sha has been captured by Cho Shan, Zishang said coldly. When did this happen? Yunjoga's face was filled with shock. Yu Sha had actually been captured. Just now. But don't worry, she'll be fine. With Wan Sha's character, Zishang was not worried that he would be at a disadvantage. Then let's hurry back to the palace and make the arrangements. Yunjoga returned to Chushu Palace anxiously. Bao and the others still did not know that Yu Sha had been captured. They saw that Yunjoga was still the same as before. Bao, follow me, Yunjoga sent everyone away, leaving Bao, alone. Bao, did not suspect anything and obediently followed Yunjoga into the inner hall. Lie on the bed, Yunjoga pointed at the big bed in the inner hall and then closed the door. I dare not. Bao, knelt down in fear and trepidation. She thought that she had done something wrong to offend Yunjoga. I told you to lie down, so lie down, Yunjoga waved his hand impatiently. Light purple spiritual energy turned into a rope and tied Bao, to the bed. Spare me, miss. Bao panicked and shouted. Then, she realized that her throat was tight and she could not speak anymore. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. Close your eyes and everything will be fine when you wake up, Yunjoga reached out his palm and wiped Bao's face. Bao slowly closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Yunjoga's gaze fell on Bao's flat stomach. The devilish chi that Warlord had planted there was sealed by Yu Sha. What she needed to do was to release the devilish chi and create the illusion of a devil fetus to trick Cho Shan. Although Bao would suffer a little, she would let Zishang get rid of the devilish qi after the deed was done. She would not let Bao's life be in danger. Let's begin. Zishang revealed himself and stood beside Yunjoga. Alright, Yunjoga took out various medicinal ingredients from his storage pouch and prepared to refine the fake devil pill. Zishang set up layers of illusory formations with the big bed as the center. When everything was ready, Ling Bai and Lang Imo finally snuck into Chushu Palace. Miss Yun, I'm sorry. What happened that day was not my intention. Lang Imo looked at Yunjoga guiltily. Although he did not really violate Yunjoga, he had taken advantage of her. He was guilty. The person you feel the most sorry for is Bao, not me. Yu Sha had only taken advantage of her by taking her place, but Bao had been hurt badly by Lang Imo. Chapter 425. Lang Imo was slightly surprised as he looked at Bao, who was sleeping soundly on the big bed. He vaguely remembered that when the drug took effect, he had casually grabbed a palace maid and taken her to the pear garden. Could it be her? Over the years, Lang Imo had hurt many women under Cho Shan's control. However, those women were all taken into the high tower, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. The only one who escaped was Bao, the palace maid. Because of this, he would treat Bao, well. Don't worry, Miss Yun. I will definitely give Bao, an explanation, Lang Imo said solemnly. Let's talk about this later. The most important thing right now is to deal with Cho Shan. This was Lang Imo and Bao's business. They should deal with it themselves, but not now. Alright. Lang Imo collected his thoughts and asked Yunjoga, what should we do then? The two of you, take these 2 purple lightning exorcism palace cards and stand here. When I make a gesture, use your most shrill voice to shout for help. Yunjoga had made several arrangements. The call of kinship was also a very important part of it. As for the purple thunder exorcism talisman, it was a gift that she had specially prepared for Cho Shan. She hoped that it would come in handy when the time came. Alright. Ling Bai and Lang Imo stood at the designated position and stared at Yunjoga nervously. Yunjoga walked to the side of the bed and placed the fake demon pill into Bao'er's mouth. Bao'er's throat moved as she swallowed. Then, her belly slowly bulged. A ball of black mist rolled around Bao'er's belly, emitting a terrifying aura. From the outside, the entire roof of Chushu Palace was filled with gray smoke. That was a symptom that would only appear when a devil fetus was taking shape. Inside the tall tower, Cho Shan was searching for his escaped prey, the Jade Fiend. When he noticed the commotion, he immediately turned his head to look in the direction of Chushu Palace. Last time, Lang Imo had eaten his devil attraction pill, but failed to consummate the marriage with the white-skinned woman from Chushu Palace. Later, the drug took effect and she ran away. He didn't care which palace maid was unlucky. Could it be that the palace maid had successfully nurtured the demonic embryo? When Cho Shan thought of this, he became extremely excited. He had been in this godforsaken place for 100 years and had always wanted to cultivate a demonic fetus so that he could return to the outside world. Unfortunately, he had never succeeded. The Fiend Corp's secret realm was about to close. If they could not leave, they would have to wait another 100 years. He didn't have that kind of patience, which was why he was frantically trying to hasten the birth of the demonic embryo. Who would have thought that there would be a naturally bred devilish fetus? That was the perfect vessel. Cho Shan couldn't care less about catching the escaping prey. He immediately turned and flew towards Chushu Palace. However, he didn't rush in rashly. Instead, he kept pacing around outside, trying to see if there were any traps inside. Yunjoga was using his divine sense to observe the situation outside. he noticed that Cho Shan was lingering outside Chushio Palace. He decisively took out the thunder fire needle and pierced it into Bao Er's belly. The black mist in Bao Er's stomach began to cry like a baby. When Cho Shan, who was hesitating outside, heard this voice, he no longer cared about anything else and immediately rushed towards Chushio Palace. As soon as he pounced into the inner hall, he noticed beams of light lighting up. A gigantic water screen appeared in front of him, displaying the scene of the Grey Nation's citizens being forced to the brink of destruction by the black-robed emissary. The people of the Grey Nation were destitute and homeless, weeping bitterly. 9 out of 10 houses were empty, and the land was barren. It was incomparably miserable. Cho Shan was cold by nature and regarded ordinary people as ants. Such a scene could not move him, but only made him feel bored. However, his chest mysteriously throbbed with pain. The cold gray soul force he suppressed began to fluctuate intensely. Damn it! Cho Shan gritted his teeth and used all his strength to suppress it. If not for the fact that killing Lang Hui would lead to the death of this body, he wouldn't have let Lang Hui live. Yun Jioge noticed Cho Shan's strange behavior, and immediately raised his hand and gestured to Lang Bai and Lang Imo. The two brothers cried out for help at the same time. Big brother, save me! Lang Hui's soul force, which had been suppressed by Cho Shan, surged again. For the first time, he suppressed Cho Shan and cried out, Little White, Little Mo, where are you? Big brother! Lang Bai and Lang Imo cried out in surprise. Just as they were about to run out, Lang Hui was suppressed by Cho Shan again. Behave yourself. Don't think that I don't dare to kill you. At most, I'll just change my body. Cho Shan threatened Lang Hui fiercely. You too, continue shouting. Tell us more about your past, such as how your father and the state preceptor sacrificed themselves for justice. Yun Jioge hurriedly urged Lang Bai and Lang Imo. Lang Bai immediately said, Big brother, father was killed by that demon, Cho Shan, in order to save you. The state preceptor was also killed by Cho Shan. Actually, Cho Shan was the one who caused the baneful aura disaster 100 years ago. He set up a formation in the state preceptor's manor and wanted to destroy our Grey Nation again. Big brother, our Grey Nation is in danger. Only you can save our people. Lang Bai and Lang Imo echoed each other. Lang Hui's soul force surged again, and he roared angrily, Damn Cho Shan, get out of my body. Now! Zi Shang, hurry up and attack, Yun Jioge said excitedly. Zi Shang charged forward like a ghost and slammed his palm on Lang Hui's Baihui acupoint. Lang Hui was fighting with Cho Shan over his body. Just as he was about to be killed by the enraged Cho Shan, an extremely dense soul force surged into his soul. Lang Hui immediately felt as if he was being helped by God. He kicked Cho Shan out of his body. Yun Jioge saw a thick black fog erupt from Lang Hui's body. Inside the fog was a hideous man's face. It was Cho Shan's soul. She raised her evil sword and slashed at Cho Shan's soul. However, she was repelled by the power of Cho Shan's soul. However, this was normal. The soul of a golden core cultivator was not something she could deal with right now. Although Cho Shan hated Yun Jioge to the core, the most important thing now was to find a new body. Hence, he turned around and pounced at Lang Imo. However, he did not expect that when he got close to Lang Imo, a purple lightning would suddenly appear on Lang Mo's body. Cho Shan could not dodge in time and was hit. He immediately screamed and rushed out of Chushio Palace, flying towards the tall tower. Yun Jioge wanted to chase after him, but Zi Shang stopped him. Don't chase a desperate enemy. Zi Shang shook his head. Cho Shan had been in the palace for so many years, so he must have set up countless traps. If he chased after him rashly, he would only fall into his trap. It was better to remove all the traps first, then go to the tall tower to kill him. All right. Although Yunjoga was unwilling, he still listened to Zishang and stopped in his tracks. Then, he turned to look at Lang Hui, who was standing in the center of the formation. After Lang Hui regained his senses, he hugged his two younger brothers and cried tears of excitement. Big brother is back. You're safe now. Big brother, big brother. Lang Bai and Lang Imo cried tears of joy. They cried like two children. Don't celebrate too early. We still have a lot of things to do. Although Yunjoga did not want to dampen their spirits, the situation was dire. They had to rush into the tall tower before Cho Shan recovered. Chapter 426. Miss Yun is right. The most important thing now is to get rid of Cho Shan. He set up many traps in the tower. If we want to break in, we have to make the most thorough preparations. Although Lang Hui's soul power had been suppressed by Cho Shan all these years, he still knew a lot about what Cho Shan was doing. All right, I'll go gather people to destroy the tower now, Lang Imo said with high morale. Tell that idiot not to be impulsive. To destroy the tower, we have to destroy the fiend gathering formation in the palace first, Zishang said in Yunjoga's mind. How do we destroy it? Yunjoga asked. I've already calculated where the eye of the formation is. We just have to destroy it. Zishang sent the method of destroying the formation into Yunjoga's mind. After receiving it, Yunjoga realized that the method was very complicated. She couldn't do it alone. She needed the help of the three Lang brothers. At that moment, Lang Imo was still excitedly introducing his revolutionary army to his big brother Lang Hui. 1,000 of the elite soldiers were personally trained by him. Not only did they have cultivation, but they also learned battle formations. They could definitely destroy the tower and kill Cho Shan. Cho Shan's tower isn't as simple as you think. Your soldiers will only die if they attack the tower. Lang Hui shook his head. No one knew better than him how terrifying the tower was. It wasn't something ordinary people could destroy. Big brother is right. You forgot how Elder Song died, Lang Bai said in pain. Elder Song was their common master. He was the oldest and had the highest cultivation in the Grey Kingdom. When his lifespan was about to end, he volunteered to investigate the situation in the tower. However, even though he was already in the late stage of foundation establishment, he still died without a sound after entering the tower. Not even a message was sent out. Then what should we do? Lang Mo's heart turned cold when he thought of his master. Was there really no way to deal with that demon? Miss Yun, since you can save my big brother, you should have a way to destroy the tower. Lang Bai looked at Yunjoga with anticipation. This magical white-skinned lady always brought about miracles. If you want to destroy the tower, you have to listen to me. Otherwise, forget about destroying the tower, even your Grey Kingdom might perish. Yunjoga narrowed her eyes and started to threaten them. If they wanted to destroy the formation, they had to listen. Otherwise, if the three brothers didn't cooperate, things would be difficult. Don't worry, Miss Yun. We'll definitely listen to you. Lang Mo and Lang Bai nodded at the same time. Miss Yun, as long as you can destroy the tower and kill Cho Shan, it won't be a problem for you to take my life, let alone make us obey you, Lang Hui said seriously. Big brother. Lang Bai and Lang Imo cried out at the same time. If I die, the next emperor of the Grey Kingdom will be Bai, Mo, you will assist him, Lang Hui said solemnly. He had already written the edict. Big brother, please don't say that. Lang Imo panicked and hurriedly said to Yunjoga, Miss Yun, if someone needs to be sacrificed to break the array, then look for me. I've done all sorts of bad things over the years and deserve to die. No, look for me. Lang Bai pushed Lang Mo away and said to Yunjoga anxiously, I won't be able to live for long anyway, and I can't leave behind any descendants. I'm useless. I should be the one sacrificing the most. Yunjoga was rendered speechless by their dedication. Who said that breaking the array would take lives? You're thinking too much. I just need you to be obedient and help me tear down this palace. Lang Bai and Lang Imo were stunned and immediately felt a little embarrassed. Big brother, you're really too much. Aren't you misleading us? Lang Imo laughed foolishly as he scratched his head. That's right. Lang Bai also revealed a slightly childish smile. In front of their big brother, they would always be children. It's big brother's fault. Lang Hui also smiled, but there was endless bitterness behind his smile. Although he had already regained control of his body was already on the verge of collapse after being tormented by Cho Shan all these years. He could die at any time. However, there was no need to tell his two younger brothers about this. They would be happy for as long as they could. They had suffered all these years. Yunjoga had the same thought, so he did not mention the fact that Lang Hui did not have long to live. Instead, he ordered Lang Bai and Lang Imo to send all the living people out of the palace. Get them as far away from the palace as possible, especially Bao. Her young qi is weak now, so we have to protect her carefully. Although Yunjoga had already gotten Zi Shang to remove the demonic qi from Bao's body, this method was too harmful to her body. Now, Bao seemed to have just recovered from a serious illness. Her body was very weak, so they had to protect her carefully. I understand. Lang Mo nodded. He decided to arrange for Bao to stay in the warlord's mansion. As for the other palace maids and eunuchs, they would find 2 large warehouses and lock them up. Then, they would send people to guard them. Cho Shan had been operating in the palace for so many years. Who knew if there were spies left behind by him? It was better to be cautious. Yunjoga did not care how Lang Bai and Lang Imo arranged those people. She only needed to achieve the effect she wanted. Lang Hui gave an imperial edict, and the people in the palace were all sent away within 2 hours. The empty palace that had lost its human presence felt extremely cold and gloomy even in broad daylight. The green brick floor kept emitting cold air. Miss Yun, can the 4 of us destroy the formation? It was not that Lang Imo did not believe Yunjoga, but the 4 of them were too few. Of course it's not the 4 of us. It's the 3 of you, Yunjoga said seriously. Aren't you going to help us? Lang Mo's dark face instantly turned pale. Look at your cowardly face. I'm joking with you. Yunjoga could not help but laugh out loud. Miss Yun really likes to joke. Lang Mo secretly sighed. So be it. His life was more important. I saw that you were nervous, so I was joking with you. Do you feel much better now? Yunjoga said with a smile. She felt that she was really talented. 3 words were clearly written on Lang Mo's dark face. No. All right, stop fooling around. Let's get down to business. Zi Shang, who was hiding in the mark, could not stand it anymore. TSK, he really had no sense of humor. Yunjoga scratched her face and straightened her expression. She said seriously, let's get down to business. Later, the 3 of you will each lead 300 elite soldiers and listen to my orders. Yes, Lang Mo immediately replied. The 900 elite soldiers were quickly gathered. They were all good seedlings that Lang Mo had carefully selected from the revolutionary army over the years. They were absolutely loyal. The formation has a total of 9 formation cores, but the most important ones are the 2 large ones at the east and west. Ling Bai and Ling Imo will each lead 300 elite soldiers to stand guard there, while Ling Hui will lead some people and destroy the formation cores from the south. Yun Jyoga's fingers moved slightly, and purple spirit energy sketched out a formation on the blue stone slab. There were 9 purple light spots clearly marked on it. Chapter 427. Miss Yun, how are we going to suppress these formation eyes later? Yun Imo did not know much about formations and was confused. I'll bring you there first and tell you what to do later. Let's go to the east first. Yun Jyoga led the way while Ling Imo, Ling Bai, and Ling Hui followed behind her with the soldiers. They arrived at the Palace of Heavenly Purity first. The Palace of Heavenly Purity is the first formation eye. Later, Ling Imo, bring some men and guard this circle. Under Zishang's control, Yun Jyoga's palm shot out a purple mist into the floor and formed purple runes on the tiles. The circle was big enough for Ling Imo and the 300 elite soldiers to stand. We just have to stand in the circle. Ling Imo looked at the runes in confusion. He felt that they could be wiped off with his hand and were not reliable at all. Of course not. When we destroy the formation eyes, many walking corpses will appear in the 2 formation eyes that you're guarding. Your mission is to kill them as much as you can. This circle is to protect you and prevent you from being drowned by the walking corpses. Zishang did not intend to care about their life and death. This defensive circle was requested by Yun Jyoga. Drowned? Leng Leng felt his scalp go numb when he heard the word. Where do so many walking corpses come from? Ling Bai did not believe Yun Jyoga. Shou Shan has buried a lot of corpses underground. If you don't destroy the formation and attack the tower directly, the undead army and the tower will surround you. Yun Jyoga didn't dare to keep them guessing about such an important matter, so he told them everything in detail. Underground. Ling Imo and Ling Bai looked at the floor at the same time. The ordinary bluestone tiles looked disgusting. Stop looking and quickly enter the circle to fight. We have to start breaking the formation at noon. After Yun Jyoga made arrangements for Ling Imo, she brought Ling Bai to the broken jade pavilion in the west and asked Zishang to help Ling Bai set up the defensive circle. After the 2 formation eyes were set up, Yun Jyoga brought Ling Hui and started breaking the formation from the south. The first formation eye, Pear Garden, dig. Yun Jyoga ordered and the 300 elite soldiers started digging with shovels. The beautiful pear garden was destroyed in an instant. The pear trees were chopped down and stacked on top of each other. The outermost layer of brown soil had been dug up, and what followed was a dark red area. Further down were densely packed white skeletons, emitting a bone-chilling aura. These skeletons were stacked on top of each other. There were a total of 9 layers, which clearly looked like a tall tower. Ling Hui's expression was pained. Although these were all Chou Shan's evil deeds, as the emperor, he could not protect his people. He was useless. Don't think about these useless things. Right now, the most important thing is to break the formation. Hurry up and bring some people to burn this bone tower with spiritual fire, Yun Jyoga ordered Ling Hui without holding back. Ling Hui had probably been repressed for too long. He was very pessimistic and depressed. This would only hasten his death. Yes. Ling Hui pulled himself together and mobilized the spiritual power in his body. He pinched his fingers and shot out a small gray spiritual fire. The gray spiritual fire was pitifully small when it landed on the white bone tower. Fortunately, there were 300 elite soldiers assisting it. Although the highest cultivation level of these elite soldiers was only at the 8th level of Qi refinement, Ling Imo had always trained them as imperial guards. He had also taught them the secret formations of the palace. At Ling Hui's order, the 300 elite soldiers immediately formed a triangular formation and placed their palms on the backs of their comrades in front of them. Their spiritual power accumulated layer by layer, and finally landed accurately on the white bone tower's spiritual fire. The gray spiritual fire exploded as if red oil had been poured on it. The raging flames instantly burned the white bone tower down. Ghostly wails and wolf howls sounded from the east and west of the formation at the same time. Black chi emerged from the limestone bricks of the Palace of Heavenly Purity and the broken jade pavilion. They turned into walking corpses with missing arms and legs. They instantly broke through the two palaces. Lang Mo's eyes widened as he looked at the walking corpses in front of him. At first, he thought that Yunjoga was bragging. After seeing the terrifying scene in front of him with his own eyes, he knew that she was not exaggerating at all. "Your Highness, what should we do now?" The soldiers braced themselves and asked as they looked at the endless walking corpses in front of them. "Form the formation and fight back." Lang Mo did not let any of his panic show on his face. His steady attitude allowed the soldiers to quickly calm down. Then, they formed an attack formation behind him. At the same time, the defensive formation left behind by Zishang suddenly lit up. The purple runes all rose into the air and turned into a purple haze that blocked the walking corpses outside. "Kill!" Lang Mo shouted. He raised his sword and chopped off the head of the walking corpses in the front row. The other soldiers were also encouraged by him. Relying on the protection of the defensive formation, they began to kill in all directions. After the initial panic, the broken jade pavilion on Lang Bai's side also began to prepare for battle. "They'll be fine, right?" Lang Hui could not help but worry when he saw the black chi surrounding the Palace of Heavenly Purity and the broken jade pavilion. "You should believe in their abilities. The only way to help them is to break the formation as soon as possible." Yunjoga understood Lang Hui's worries, but she did not think that Lang Bai and Lang Mo were that weak. "I know. Where's the next formation?" Lang Hui retracted his gaze and forced himself to focus on the current mission. "The Lotus Pond. Let's go." Yunjoga led Lang Hui and the 300 elites forward quickly. Soon, they arrived at the side of the Lotus Pond. The originally clear river water had become eerily pitch black. The dark green lotus leaves had all withered. Only a fist-sized pink lotus flower bloomed in the middle of the pond. The bright red stamen of the flower was like a woman's lips. As it opened and closed, the indistinct cries of a woman could be heard. "There's someone underwater," a soldier shouted in panic. Yunjoga looked over and saw a pale-skinned little girl hiding in the pitch-black water. She was looking at them in fear. Her long black hair was tied to the lotus flower like water plants. The little girl was about 8 years old. She had big black eyes and a small nose. However, her mouth was sewn up with strange black stitches. This little girl reminded Yunjoga of Tsuetsue, whom he had met when he first fell into the mystic realm. She was also 8 years old, but she had already become the target of the black-robed messenger. "Should we fish her up first?" Lang Hui could not bear to do so. Although he knew that this little girl was no longer human, he still wanted to help her. "She's so young. How pitiful." Many of the soldiers had lost their families because of the black-robed messenger. When they saw the white-skinned little girl in the water, they felt like they were looking at their own pitiful little sister. They all wanted to save her. Some of the soldiers could not help but roll up their pants and get ready to go into the water to save the little girl. Yunjoga frowned as he looked at the little girl's panicked little face. He could not bear to see her like this, so he did not stop the kind soldiers. At that moment, Zishang, who had been quiet all this time, suddenly stopped them with a stern voice. "Tell those stupid soldiers not to move." Chapter 428. Yunjoga immediately shot out a beam of spiritual light to stop the soldiers who tried to enter the water. Then, she whipped each of them. Miss Yun, what are you doing? Ling Hui's heart ached for his soldiers being whipped. Did I say you could enter the water? Yun Joga's expression was as dark as still water. His sharp gaze swept across the soldiers and finally landed on Ling Hui. Previously, you promised me that you would listen to everything I say. Now, you're acting on your own without my orders. Is this how you lead troops? I was wrong. Please punish me, Miss Yun. Ling Hui immediately apologized. There were still 7 formation eyes waiting for Yun Joga to remove. He couldn't afford to anger her now. Yun Joga knew that Ling Hui was affected by the ghost whales, but she still whipped him without hesitation. If he didn't remember this lesson, he'd only make bigger mistakes in the future. By then, it would be too late to make up for it. The 300 elite soldiers realized that even the emperor was willing to be punished. They respected Yun Joga even more. Yun Joga saw that these people were obedient and asked Zishang, "What's so strange about this lotus pond? How can we remove it?" Ask them to dig up the lotus pond and drain the water inside first. Zishang used Yun Joga's hand to draw 2 purple lines on the edge of the pond. Dig according to the lines. Yun Joga looked at the narrow purple tunnel. Finally, he divided the 300 soldiers into 3 groups and had them take turns digging. Digging soil was nothing to these elite soldiers with cultivation. Even if they dug with their bare hands, it would not be a problem. Immediately, some brave and skillful soldiers started to dig, but they didn't expect the brown soil to be as hard as a metal plate. Use your spiritual power to dig, Yun Joga reminded. If it was that easy, it wouldn't be called a formation eye. The first group of elite soldiers dug for less than the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, and they were so tired that they were panting and sweating. Let's change to the second group. Yun Joga looked at the shallow tunnel and felt anxious. Breaking the formation was a race against time. If they wasted too much time here, it would be difficult later on. I'll do it. Ling Hui took a steel shovel and went personally. He was a foundation establishment cultivator and dug much faster than the Qi refinement soldiers. Seeing that the emperor was personally going into battle, the other elite soldiers used all their strength to take turns digging. Finally, they dug a deep channel within an hour. All right, come out. Yun Joga ordered all the elite soldiers to retreat to a distance of 100 meters from the lotus pond. Only then did he use the evil blade to destroy the mud wall that was blocking the lotus pond. There was a big hole in the mud wall, but the pitch-black pool water did not move at all. It was like frozen ice, and not a single drop flowed out. Zishang, what should we do? The water in the pool was too strange. Take a drop of your blood essence and draw the water out. Be careful, don't get swallowed by the water, Zishang instructed. All right. Yun Joga pricked his finger and squeezed out a drop of blood. The pitch-black water began to churn when it smelled the blood. It was like a hungry shark that couldn't wait to rush out. Yun Joga wrapped the drop of blood with his spirit energy and circled around the lotus pond. Wave after wave of the pond water wildly chased after the drop of blood. Yun Joga directed the blood towards the wound. The black sticky water surged out and chased after Yun Joga. The water in the lotus pond slowly receded, and the white-skinned girl's expression turned even more horrified. Soon, she was exposed in front of everyone. A rancid smell inundated them. Many soldiers could not help but vomit when they saw the scene in the lotus pond. Beneath the white-skinned little girl were countless terrifying white skulls. Their teeth were as sharp as blades, and they were densely packed and layered, covering the bottom of the lotus pond. If those soldiers had walked directly into the water, they would definitely have been devoured by these skulls until not even their bones were left. The pink lotus was stuck in the bones. Without the protection of the pond water, it was extremely horrified. Its daemon opened its mouth and let out a shrill scream, wanting to summon the pond water back. When the black pond water heard the scream, it immediately stopped chasing and wanted to return to the lotus pond. When Yunjoga saw this, he could only lower the drop of blood that had flown high up to lure the pond water. The pond water hesitated slightly before suddenly expanding several feet. It transformed into a huge black mouth that swallowed the drop of blood. Yunjoga's heart trembled. He wanted to retrieve the drop of blood, but it was too late. At the critical moment, Zishang decisively appeared. He shattered the pond water with a palm and retrieved Yunjoga's blood. The pond water crashed to the ground. It seemed to have realized that Zishang was not to be trifled with. Without hesitation, it turned and charged towards the lotus pond. Trying to leave. A look of disdain flashed across Zishang's handsome face. He flipped his palm and blocked the mouth with a purple mist. The black pond water crashed into the mouth and bounced off before crashing back again. It looked like it would not turn back until it hit a wall. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and get rid of those bones. While Zishang was fighting with the black pond water, he did not forget to stuff Yunjoga's drop of blood into his mouth. Oh! Yunjoga returned to his senses and hurriedly called out to Leng Hui. Hurry up and destroy this lotus pond. The sooner we can help Leng Leng and Leng Bai, the sooner we can. Leng Hui was still trying to guess who this handsome man who had suddenly appeared was. When he heard Yunjoga's words, he could not care less about guessing. He hurriedly ordered the 300 elite soldiers to start burning the bones in the lotus pond. The gray spiritual fire floated towards the lotus. The lotus let out a piercing scream. White bones frantically suppressed the spiritual fire. Sweat began to appear on Leng Hui's forehead. The 300 elite soldiers also increased the input of spiritual power. Finally, they managed to light the spiritual fire again before it was extinguished. When the lotus realized that it could not extinguish the spiritual fire, its scream changed again. The white-skinned little girl quickly moved her body. She brought the pond of bones with her, wanting to fly back to the black pond water in the passageway. Scram! Zishang raised his hand and shot out a purple mist, sending the white-skinned little girl flying back. The bones fell into the spiritual fire with a bang. Leng Hui, eat your medicine. Yunjoga had once given Leng Hui a bottle of spirit recovery pills. He had wanted to wait until they entered the tall tower to eat them. It seemed like he could not wait until then. Leng Hui's heart ached as he ate a spirit recovery pill. Then, he once again injected spiritual power into the gray spiritual fire. The exploding spiritual fire quickly occupied the entire lotus pond. The lotus kept screaming in pain. It summoned the bones to help it block the fire. The black pond water also sensed danger. The force of the collision became stronger and stronger. However, it was mercilessly suppressed by Zishang. The white bones were gradually burned. Only the white-skinned little girl was left guarding the lotus. When the lotus realized that it had lost, it instantly withered. Its red lips and stamen flew to the white-skinned little girl. I'm begging you. Let me go. Let me go. The white-skinned little girl's sewn mouth instantly recovered. She knelt on the ground and begged Yunjoga. In Yunjoga's ears, that young voice sounded very similar to Tsuetsue's. In the ears of the 300 elite soldiers, it overlapped with their little sister, family, and friends. The 300 elite soldiers, including Leng Hui, all revealed expressions of pity. However, the memory of Yunjoga's whip was still fresh in their minds. Therefore, no one dared to beg for mercy. Good child. Go in peace. Yunjoga sighed. With a flick of his finger, the white bone fire landed on the white-skinned little girl. Chapter 429. The white-skinned girl screamed. Her body quickly melted, revealing a skull with a bright red mouth. The skull screamed and pounced at Yunjoga, looking like it was going to fight to the death. Yunjoga's evil saber rose automatically and formed a long red saber that slashed down. The skull turned into countless pieces that fell into the spiritual fire pool and were burned to ashes. The black water beside the pool evaporated instantly, turning into black gas that shot into the sky and flew toward the Palace of Heavenly Purity and Broken Jade Pavilion. Lang Hui was anxious when he saw this. He wanted to help his two younger brothers immediately. "Let's go to the next formation," Zi Shang said as he pulled Yunjoga's hand. "You want to go with us?" Yunjoga was surprised. Zi Shang had always liked to hide and rarely moved with her in front of others. Too slow. Zi Shang glanced at Yunjoga. The next formation would be even more difficult. It would take them a long time to finish. "Then let's go." Yunjoga didn't feel guilty at all. She was only in the Qi refinement realm. It was already difficult for her to break a Golden Core Cultivator's Malevolence formation. Next, Zi Shang led Yunjoga to dig out 100 dead infant corpses, 100 eunuchs' heads, and 100 palace maids' bodies from the Dragon Prince Palace, the guardhouse, and the palace maids' court. These corpses that had been nourished by malevolence were very fierce. However, they couldn't withstand a single blow from Zi Shang. The group moved forward with great momentum. Lang Hui followed behind them. The more he watched, the more shocked he became. If he hadn't experienced the difficulty of the first two formation eyes, he would have thought that this malevolence formation would be easy to break. This mysterious and handsome man was too powerful. He must have played a part in Miss Yun's previous actions. If he could rope him in, not only could he kill Cho Shan, but the Grey Kingdom would also become more prosperous. The lives of the people would be much better. Unfortunately, he was an outsider. It was too difficult to make him stay, unless... Lang Hui's heart raced at this thought. His pale gray face flushed with excitement. "All right, burn these palace maids' corpses and we can go help Lang Bai and Lang Imo. I suggest we go to Lang Bai first. What do you think?" Yunjoga saw Lang Hui's strange expression and thought that he was worried about his two younger brothers, so she didn't think too much about it. "All right." Lang Hui snapped out of his daze and hurriedly nodded. Lang Bai's body had always been weaker than Lang Mo's since they were young, so it was only right for them to save him first. "Let's go. Next is the Broken Jade Pavilion. Once we get rid of the Palace of Heavenly Purity, our mission will be complete." Yunjoga encouraged the soldiers. Along the way, the ones who had the hardest time were these 300 elite soldiers. Yes. The morale of the 300 elite soldiers was greatly boosted. They responded in unison and followed Yunjoga and Zi Shang towards the shattered Jade Pavilion. Within the broken Jade Pavilion, Lang Bai was already an arrow at the end of its flight. More and more walking corpses appeared, and they became more and more ferocious. The defensive circle left by Zi Shang could no longer withstand their crazy attacks. Many soldiers had already been dragged outside and devoured. Lang Bai numbly brandished the long sword in his hand. Every time he swung it, he would cut down a group of zombies, but they would immediately double in number. The color of the purple defensive circle became fainter, and the runes on the ground became blurry, as if they were in danger of disappearing at any moment. "Third Highness, the defensive circle can't hold on any longer. Staying here will only lead to death. We'll help you fight your way out. Please go and meet up with Her Majesty," a loyal soldier begged. Lang Bai was a little tempted. Nobody wanted to die if they could live. However, he quickly remembered what Yunjoga had said. If you want to destroy the tower, you must listen to her. Otherwise, forget about destroying the tower, even the Grey Kingdom might be destroyed. Yunjoga's order was to guard this formation point. He must not leave until the last moment. Lang Bai pulled himself together and said sternly to the soldiers, "This is our battlefield. Even if I die here, I must persevere until the last moment. Your Highness, our deaths are not to be regretted, but you are precious. How can you be sacrificed in this filthy place?" The soldiers were still begging bitterly. "Shut up. If I say defend, then defend. If you dare to shake the morale of the army again, kill without mercy." Lang Bai slashed his sword at the walking corpses outside. His mind was unprecedentedly clear. The remaining soldiers did not dare to persuade him anymore. They could only continue to fight with him. After an unknown period of time, the defensive circle had thinned to the last layer of light. Another 10 soldiers were dragged away by the walking corpses. The remaining 200 soldiers had already compressed to the center and surrounded Lang Bai. Lang Bai looked at the endless walking corpses, and a sense of despair rose in his heart. Was he really going to die here? He had not seen the tower destroyed and Cho Shan killed. He really could not accept this. At this moment, a purple dot of light rose in the distance. It emitted a scorching light like the sun. The walking corpses were like evil spirits that had seen the sun. They let out a series of screams and desperately tried to tie down everything. The next moment, Yunjoga charged in with his men. "Miss Yun, big brother." Lang Bai was about to cry tears of joy. "Bai, you've suffered." Lang Hui saw his third brother's body so weak that he could not even stand straight. His heart ached and he quickly went up to comfort him. Lang Bai was also extremely excited. He was about to tell his big brother about the predicament he had just been in when he heard a cold but pleasant voice. Next, Palace of Heavenly Purity. Lang Bai turned his head and saw an extremely handsome man in purple standing beside Yunjoga. He exuded a cold but noble aura. It was the unique aura of a person in a high position. It made people respect him and could not help but submit to him. "Miss Yun, this is..." Lang Bai's consciousness told him clearly that this man was not an ordinary person. He was worth roping in. "This is my guard, Yi Zi. Lang Mo is still waiting for us to save him. Let's hurry up." Yunjoga introduced Zi Shang in a simple manner. "Yes, hurry up and save Lang Mo. His condition is even worse than mine. I'm afraid we can't hold on much longer." Lang Bai immediately threw Zi Shang to the back of his mind. He was afraid that he would only be able to collect Lang Mo's corpse if he was too late. Reality proved that Lang Mo was indeed the leader of the revolutionary army. His combat ability was much stronger than Lang Bai's. Although there were more walking corpses at his place, none of the 300 elite soldiers had been sacrificed. All of them were in a killing frenzy. This was especially so for Lang Mo. He was like a mad tiger. He could not even come back to his senses when he saw Lang Bai. He roared and slashed at Lang Bai. "Lang Mo, look carefully. I'm Lang Bai. This is big brother Lang Hui." Lang Bai dodged the slash and held Lang Mo down while shouting. Lang Mo's bloodshot eyes could not see anything. He shook Lang Bai off and continued to kill. Yunjoga saw this and channeled his spiritual energy into the Thunderfire needle. He then pierced the Dazui acupoint on the back of Lang Mo's neck. The spiritual energy in Lang Mo's body stopped. His eyes rolled back and he fell to the ground. Lang Hui and Lang Bai quickly went forward to check on him. "He's too excited. It's good to let him calm down. The killing formation has been broken. You guys better go and rest quickly because we're going to break the tower soon." As soon as Yunjoga finished speaking, a rumbling sound came from the east. In the glow of dusk, a tall tower suddenly appeared in front of everyone. The dull gray tower looked like a pile of bones. Black and gray human heads hung from the eaves of the tower. They stared at Yunjoga and the others with bloodshot eyes. Chapter 430. They won't even let us take a breather. Yunjoga gloomily looked at the white bone tower. If they couldn't enter the wizard tower before sunset, the wizard tower's baleful aura would engulf the entire Grey Kingdom tomorrow, turning it into a living hell. What's there to pant for? Zishang's handsome face was calm and composed. What do you think happened to Yu Sha in there? Could he have been killed by Cho Shan? To be honest, Yunjoga was quite worried about Yu Sha. Yu Sha is merely Wan Sha's vessel. Even if something were to happen to him, it wouldn't affect him at all. Zishang truly didn't want to see Yunjoga worry for his love rival. He said a few good words for Wan Sha. If it wasn't for the fact that Azure Wave's continent is too low and Wan Sha's physical body and soul couldn't come here, this tower wouldn't even be enough for him to crush it with one hand. If Wan Sha can't come, then how did you come here? Yunjoga was puzzled. Little Meng Hua had said that Zishang was the strongest of all her lovers. Of course I have my ways. Zishang said nonchalantly, as if he was not worth mentioning. He wouldn't tell Yunjoga that in order to follow her reincarnation, he destroyed his own cultivation, sealed his physical body, abandoned his clansmen, endured the pain of thousands of blades to come to Azure Wave's continent, and finally possessed the body of a purple horn-ink python. In order to find traces of her, he united the demon race, but after searching for 1,000 years, he still couldn't find any clues. It wasn't until the demon clan's prophet used his 500 years of cultivation to perform a divination for him that the fated chance was in the Thunder Nation that he came to the Thunder Nation's 10,000 feet abyss and waited for another 100 years. Because the ink python had fused with his soul, he could not recall the memories of his previous life when he first met Yunjoga. He could only rely on his instinct to sign a contract with Yunjoga and then use all methods to get close to her. This was a dark history, and it was better to bury it in his heart and let it rot. Yes, yes, yes. You're the best. Yunjoga thought Zishang was keeping him in suspense again, so he stopped asking. She turned around and glanced at the crowd. Seeing that Leng Imo was gathering the soldiers to enter the tower, she said, "The 5 of us can enter the tower. Let the soldiers stay behind to clean up the palace. We must dig 3 feet into the ground and dig out all the things that Cho Shan buried." The inside of the tower was extremely dangerous. These elite soldiers would only be sending themselves to their deaths if they went in. Instead, they would be a burden. Actually, according to Yunjoga's thoughts, it would be best if even Leng Hui and his brothers did not enter. Although they were at the Foundation establishment realm, they were still trash to Cho Shan. In other words, other than Zishang, anyone who entered the tower would be in danger. However, Zishang insisted on letting the 3 brothers in, saying that they had other uses. As for what it was used for, he refused to say. He only said that Yunjoga would know when the time came. "We'll do as Miss Yun says." Leng Hui was now very trusting of Yunjoga. He felt that all of her orders came from the mouth of the mysterious expert, Yi Zi. Leng Imo had no objection to this. Destroying the tower was important, but cleaning up the palace was equally important. "Do you still have the lightning snake illusionary whip?" Zishang asked Yunjoga. "Yeah, do you want to use it?" After Yunjoga went to the Yin Corp sect, he sealed the Thunder Snake illusionary whip and put it in his storage bag. "Yes, we might need to use it later." Entering the tower was not as simple as just walking. When the time came, they would have to demolish it with brute force. Zishang did not want to waste her demon power, so she turned her attention to Yunjoga's lightning snake illusionary whip. She had no use for it anyway. "Here you go." Yunjoga did not know what Zishang was planning, so he handed it over without hesitation. Zishang took it and wrapped it around his hand. Then, he led Yunjoga towards the tower. The tower looked very terrifying from afar. Up close, the murderous aura condensed into a fog that roared like a devil's roar. The entire tower was tightly shut. There was not a single gap, let alone a door. I saw a door the last time I was here. Where did it go? Lang Bai was surprised. He had sent people to monitor the area, and he would often come over to observe. He was very sure that there was a door at the bottom of the tower. It must have been sealed by Cho Shan. Lang Hui looked at Zishang, but he asked Yunjoga, "Miss Yun, how do we get in?" "Just open it." Yunjoga had complete faith in Zishang's strength. "Move." Zishang let Yunjoga stand on him, then took out the lightning snake illusionary whip. The thin and soft whip turned into a terrifying beast in his hand. It charged towards the bottom of the tower. With a boom, the tower shook slightly. The human heads hanging under the eaves let out sharp screams. Black gas sprayed towards Zishang. "Guard!" Zishang had no intention of letting Lang Hui and the other two laze around. "Yes." Lang Hui, Lang Bai, and Lang Imo took out their Dharma artifacts at the same time. 3 gray longswords made of the same material formed a triangle in the air, casting a powerful defensive light. Yunjoga stayed close to Zishang. This guy was naturally suspicious. He trusted no one but himself. The lightning snake illusionary whip expanded again, turning into a black and white python. Purple lightning coiled around its body. It was comparable to a divine beast. Yunjoga was dumbfounded. The long whip had never been so powerful in her hands. Zishang was indeed powerful. However, looking at the lightning snake illusionary whip's formation, it seemed like it was going to perish together with the tower. Yunjoga's guess was right. The black and white pythons shook their heads and wagged their tails. They coiled tightly around the white bones on the first floor of the tower. Then, with a boom, they exploded. The tower shook violently. The human heads on the 3rd floor were all blasted into pieces. Yunjoga reached out with a trembling hand. He only managed to catch a few pieces of the lightning snake illusionary whip. "Look, it's open." Zishang pointed at the huge hole at the bottom of the tower. "That's my spirit artifact. If you want to sacrifice it, you should at least discuss it with me. I'll give you a better one when we get back." It was just a Dharma artifact made from the bones of a demon snake. He could easily find a bunch of them. "That's my first spirit artifact." This was different. Yunjoga was about to die from anger. "You'll have your first precious artifact, immortal artifact, divine artifact." Zishang consoled without any sincerity. Of course, he knew that the lightning snake illusionary whip was Yunjoga's first spirit artifact. He also knew that it was a gift from Dongfang, Quebec. In the past, he did not care about his memory loss. Now, he would not allow Yunjoga to treat a spirit artifact given by another man as a treasure. "If you don't, I'll teach you a lesson." Other than verbal threats, Yunjoga did not have any other practical methods. "Up to you. But the most important thing now is to hurry into the tower. It's getting dark. If they did not enter the tower now, it would be too late. Then hurry." Yunjoga did not want to bicker with Zishang anymore. At that moment, the smoke and dust at the bottom of the tower had already settled, revealing a huge black hole. It looked like the mouth of a monster, waiting for its sacrifice. Lang Hui felt his scalp go numb. When he was possessed by Cho Shan, he had entered this tower countless times. Although he could not remember what he saw inside, he could sense that it was extremely terrifying. Chapter 431. Let's go. Zishang pulled Yunjoga's hand and led Lang Hui, Lang Mo, and Lang Bai into the tall tower. The first to third floors had already been blown to pieces by the Thunder Snake illusionary whip. Zishang led Yunjoga and the others straight to the fourth floor. A sweet fragrance assaulted their nostrils. What they saw was an endless expanse of beautiful flowers. The moon spirit flowers at the top kept scattering their beautiful petals. The ground was covered in oil flowers. Butterflies danced in the air. It was as beautiful as a fairyland. Yunjoga could not help but rub her eyes. She said to Zishang in disbelief, "Is this an illusion?" She had thought that the tall tower was like hell. It was filled with evil spirits and walking corpses. It was eerie and damp. No, Zishang answered perfunctorily. He looked around for a tunnel to the fifth floor. I didn't know that Cho Shan was such an interesting person. Yunjoga was about to change her opinion of him. Do you really think that this sea of flowers is for viewing? Zishang looked at her as if she was too naive. All right, tell me honestly. Are these flowers poisonous, or do they eat people? Yunjoga sighed. She had not seen a normal sea of flowers in a long time. Both. Zishang extended his hand. The purple mist transformed into the shape of a little rabbit. It hopped towards the sea of flowers. The beautiful oil flowers immediately transformed into countless tiny poisonous snakes that pounced over. The beautiful moon spirit flowers turned purple-black and emitted a pungent stench. The beautiful sea of flowers instantly became a paradise for poisonous creatures. The purple mist rabbits suddenly exploded. The oil flower field was instantly blasted open. But very quickly, a large cloud of black mist descended from the top of the tower and filled up the empty space. It was another beautiful sea of flowers. These poisonous flowers are replenished by the killing intent of the tall tower. We can't kill them all, Ling Hui said solemnly. Why don't we blow this place up too? Lang Mo suggested. It felt so good at the bottom of the tower. Blow up my ass. Yunjoga rolled her eyes and said, Sure. Use your own Dharma artifacts. Don't even think about touching me. She did not have many Dharma artifacts. If she blew them up, she would become a commander without an army. Then forget it. Lang Mo did not want to use his Dharma artifact either. It was the long sword that grandfather had given the three brothers Darkstar Iron. No need. These poisonous flowers are good stuff. Isn't that female scorpion preparing to evolve into a 5-colored scorpion? Let her come out and eat the poisonous flowers. Cho Shan's tower was terrifying in the eyes of Lang Hui and the others, but it was nothing in Zishang's eyes. It was far inferior to the ruins that Wan Sha had created. It was enough to give Yunjoga's spirit pet some benefits. Can a female scorpion eat this? Yunjoga felt a little nauseous when he thought of how the sea of flowers had turned into a sea of poison. Why don't you just ask it? Zishang was too lazy to explain. All right. Yunjoga did not summon the female scorpion but summoned the treasure-seeking scorpion instead. Master, does that mean I have work to do? Treasure-seeking scorpion asked impatiently as it wagged its stinger. Its Ling hadn't summoned it in a long time. Other than feeding it the cherry pill, it did not get any extra income. Its wife had lost weight. No, I just want to ask, can your wife eat this poisonous sea? Yunjoga pointed at the beautiful flower sea. Treasure Scorpion's small eyes observed carefully. It wanted to land and observe closer. Yunjoga quickly pulled it back. Don't go die without the shell of a scorpion. These poisons were not to be trifled with. The female scorpion had been lying in the spirit beast bag. When it heard the commotion outside, it could not bear it anymore. It crawled out like the wind and expressed its loyalty to Yunjoga. Ling, I can eat 7. I promise I'll eat all of this poisonous sea. Wife, will you get diarrhea if you eat so much? Treasure Scorpion looked at its wife worriedly. It was about to complain when it was silenced by a stare from its wife. Eat as much as you can. Don't force yourself. Yunjoga looked at the rainbow stripes on the female scorpion's round body. He was very confident in it. Don't worry, Ling. I won't disappoint you. The female scorpion was very excited. Her husband was the one who earned food for her. It was finally time for her to show off. Go! Yunjoga stuffed 2 cherry pills to encourage the female scorpion. After the female scorpion ate the cherry pill, it landed on Yunjoga's shoulder with great vigor. Its round body smashed a small hole in the ground. Treasure Scorpion looked at its wife nervously. It looked like it was ready to go down and help if the situation was not good. However, the female scorpion did not give Treasure Scorpion the chance to show off. It opened its mouth, and the flower sea immediately turned into black fog and entered its mouth, revealing an empty path. Go, go, go. Let's move forward quickly. Yunjoga and Zishang quickly followed behind the female scorpion. Lang Hui and his brothers also quickly followed. The female scorpion killed in all directions. She ate the flowers in front of her and killed the snakes in front of her. Along the way, she cleared a large area. Lang Hui followed behind Yunjoga in shock. He looked at the female scorpion with envy. As expected of a powerful woman. Even a random spirit pet was so powerful. With the female scorpion's help, Yunjoga and the others easily passed through the poisonous flower sea and found the stairs to the 5th level. Good job. Yunjoga generously rewarded the female scorpion with 2 large bottles of cherry pills. Thank you, mistress. The female scorpion hugged the 2 bottles of pills excitedly. After swallowing the poisonous gas, the rainbow stripes on its body had become extremely clear. Now, it only needed to cultivate in seclusion for a few days and it would completely evolve into a 5-colored poison scorpion. Wife, you're really too capable. Treasure Scorpion looked lovingly at its tall and mighty wife. It liked how lively his wife was. This bottle is for you. The female scorpion generously handed 1 bottle to Treasure Scorpion. Seeing that it did not want it, she said domineeringly, "This is the first contribution I've made. I must share it. I'll make more contributions in the future." In the future, her husband would not have to work so hard to support the family. Don't worry. There will be opportunities to make contributions in the future. Yunjoga encouraged the Treasure Scorpion couple, then sent them back into the spiritual beast bag. Then, he and Zishang entered the 5th level. The 5th level did not disappoint Yunjoga. It was gloomy, damp, and strange. In the boundless black fog, ghostly figures flickered, and walking corpses were everywhere. The murderous black fog at the top of the pagoda was so thick that it looked like dark clouds covering the sky. It weighed heavily on the hearts of Lang Hui and his brothers. If even a little bit of the murderous aura leaked out, it would be a huge disaster for the Grey Kingdom. How do we break through this place? Yunjoga was slightly excited. The poisonous sea just now had already given the female scorpion a huge benefit. Would there be other benefits waiting for them on this level? Hasn't the pink female parasite that you're rearing not broken out of its cocoon? This is its opportunity. Zishang knew Yunjoga's family like the back of his hand. He knew that she had been worried that the little female parasite might have already turned into a fossil in the cocoon. That was why he specifically mentioned it. Chapter 432. Really? Yoonjoga's eyes lit up. She didn't have many pets. The previous mouse was possessed by the cute baby, so it didn't count. Other than the treasure-hunting scorpion couple, there was only the pink mother goo that Junie Chen gave her. Now that she had the chance to hatch the mother goo, of course, she was willing. Of course. Zishang saw Yoonjoga so happy, but he felt a little guilty. The method he taught was a little cruel, and he hoped Yoonjoga wouldn't go crazy. Then what should I do? Yoonjoga couldn't wait to take out the mother goo. The pink cocoon glowed in her white palm. Zishang took the cocoon and threw it at the place with the strongest evil energy under Yoonjoga's expectant gaze. The pink cocoon streaked past Yoonjoga like a meteor and disappeared into the boundless darkness. The undead rushed over like sharks smelling blood and drowned the cocoon in an instant. "Ah, what are you doing?" Yoonjoga screamed and turned around to save the mother goo. Zishang grabbed Yoonjoga's shoulder and said calmly, "What's the rush? Your goo should have hatched a long time ago. It's just too lazy to come out. If you don't give it some stimulation, it'll really turn into a fossil. But you don't have to do this. What if something happened? If something goes wrong, I'll save it." Zishang wouldn't really let anything happen to the mother goo. "You better do what you say," Yoonjoga said angrily and stared at the center of the zombies. The dark black fog suddenly fluctuated. Small whirlpools appeared out of nowhere and grew larger. The entire space shook violently like a raging sea. The zombies were sucked into the whirlpools and instantly torn to pieces before turning back into black fog. The place where the cocoon disappeared suddenly spewed out a black and white light, illuminating the entire space. Then, a black and white butterfly flapped its wings and slowly flew up. It circled above everyone's head with an illusory fog. The butterfly was about the size of a palm. The left side was pure black, and the fine patterns formed the head of a ferocious male ghost. The right side was pure white, but it was a benevolent woman. Right in the middle was a black body with a pink Lolita face on its head. It was pouting and seemed to be huffing and puffing. Yin-Yang Reincarnation Butterfly. Zishang raised his eyebrows and sent a voice transmission to Yoonjoga. "You're pretty lucky. This goo worm actually evolved into such a rare species after absorbing the little baby's demonic aura. What's so special about this Yin-Yang Reincarnation Butterfly?" Yoonjoga stared intently at the black and white butterfly. The Yin-Yang Reincarnation Butterfly, as its name suggests, is capable of reversing the energy of yin and yang. Even in a land of death, it can create life. It is a rare treasure. However, this one of yours is still young. It can only deal with these walking corpses. A yin-yang reincarnation butterfly that had truly completed its evolution could create a small world of its own. It was the best artifact spirit to refine a mustard seed space, and it was also the favorite treasure of mighty figures. Yoonjoga's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly waved at the black and white butterfly. "Baby, come to Big Sister's arms." When the black and white butterfly heard the call, it glanced at Yoonjoga and continued to pout. It seemed like it was still angry about being thrown out. "Baby, don't be angry. Big Sister will give you some candy." Yoonjoga poured 2 cherry pills into her hand. Satisfied, the black and white butterfly landed on her hand. After eating the cherry pill, it obediently squatted on Yoonjoga's shoulder. It was really easy to coax. "Baby, I'll call you Feifei from now on." Yoonjoga lovingly stroked Feifei's little head. Feifei flapped its black and white wings. It was very satisfied with this name. "Miss Yun, may I ask what species this butterfly is and where can I find it?" Lang Hui looked at Fei Fei excitedly. He had just seen with his own eyes that the little butterfly flapped its wings and the demonic aura turned into a whirlpool. Those walking corpses and evil spirits were trapped in the whirlpool and could not escape. If he could have won like this, he would not have to worry about the Grey Kingdom being invaded by the demonic aura. This is a goo worm that a friend of mine gave me. There shouldn't be a second one in the world. Yunjioge shook his head. Juni Chen had cultivated so many goo worms, but he had only produced Fei Fei, the mother goo. In the process of spinning the cocoon, it was invaded by the Pippi Mouse's demonic aura. That was how it coincidentally evolved into the yin-yang reincarnation butterfly. It would probably be very difficult to duplicate another one. I see. Lang Hui was extremely disappointed. He really wanted to buy this butterfly with Yunjioge, but seeing how Yunjioge was so fond of this butterfly, he was afraid that she would not part with it. However, he would not be satisfied if he did not ask. Lang Hui was just thinking about what to say when Lang Bai tugged at him and pointed at the empty space where the demonic aura had disappeared. The passageway has appeared. A black ladder appeared in front of them. Let's go. Yunjioge waved his hand excitedly. The mother scorpion and Fei Fei had already benefited. The next level should be the treasure-seeking scorpion's turn. Thinking of this, he was really looking forward to it. Zishang glanced at Lang Hui and the other two with an icy gaze. Then, he pulled Yunjioge's hand and walked up the black ladder. Lang Hui could not help but gulp. Zishang's gaze was clearly warning them not to get any ideas. Big brother, this is already very good. Lang Bai understood his big brother's intentions. Actually, he really wanted to keep that magical butterfly. However, he knew very well that the entire Grey Kingdom was not worth mentioning in the eyes of these two foreign cultivators. Angering them would only bring disaster. Lang Hui helplessly suppressed his thoughts and followed them up the black ladder. The 7th level was a mirror maze. Crystal mirrors that were polished to the point of being extremely smooth filled the entire space. It was as if there were countless figures staring at them, making them dizzy. How do I get through this? Yunjioge looked at his reflection in the mirror and felt goosebumps all over his body. Let me take a look. Zishang sized up the mirror maze. The 6th and 7th levels are all mazes. These mirrors are all formed by illusory qi. It's useless even if you break them. We can only pass this level if we find the right path, Lang Hui could not help but say. This mirror maze looked very simple, and the mirrors looked very easy to break. However, the fact that it appeared on the 6th level showed how difficult it was. If someone was stupid enough to break the mirror directly, they would immediately be teleported back to the 1st level. The maze would also start spreading from the 1st level. If they could not find a way out, they would be trapped inside forever. This was one of the most complicated challenges in this tower. I hate walking through mazes. Yunjioge hated these identical paths the most. He could not even turn left or right. Take out your soul-shocking grass. Zishang had already thought of a way. Chapter 433. What for? Yunjioge was very vigilant. She didn't let down her guard against Zishang just because she got some benefits from the first 2 floors. You have to use it if you want to pass, Zishang said. But I need to use it to refine medicine. Yunjioge was a little reluctant. This soul-shocking grass was cultivated by absorbing Lu Tianer's constitution. It was very precious. I'll get the cube baby to plant another one for you later. The soul-shocking grass was nourished by Lu Tianer's constitution. It was just a little more spiritual, but its medicinal properties were still the same. All right. Yunjioge took out the soul-shocking grass in the end. The soul-shocking grass that had its spirit extracted was just a gray seed. Zishang pinched the seed and injected spiritual energy into it. The seed shone and sprouted quickly. A slender gray leaf grew out. A terrified face appeared clearly in the leaf. Zishang put the soul-shocking grass on the ground and put a black hair into the soul-shocking grass mouth. After the soul-shocking grass swallowed the hair, it let out a shrill scream. It was more painful than eating shit. The soul-shocking grass stopped screaming and immediately withered. That's it. Yunjoga looked at the silent mirror maze and felt very confused. Zishang nodded. Can we go over now? Yunjoga asked again. No. Zishang shook his head. Then why did you take the soul-shocking grass? Was it just to hear it scream? Did he have to do this to his sister? Of course it's useful. Zishang secretly sent a voice transmission to Yunjoga. I used the soul-shocking grass to call you Sha. She's the best at walking through mazes. Wait for her to lead us. That hair was Yusha's. Yunjoga remembered that Zishang had told her about the soul-shocking grass before. No matter how long they were apart, even if they weren't in the same space, they could still summon the person they were looking for. That's right. Zishang nodded, then lifted his chin towards the mirror space and said, She's here. A red silhouette appeared in the mirror space. It was Yusha. Her hair was messy and her clothes were tattered. She looked like she was about to collapse. She rushed in front of Zishang and yelled, F***CKU. How dare you use the soul-shocking grass to summon me? Did you do it on purpose? Other than this, there's no other way. Actually, Zishang did it on purpose. The reason why the soul shock grass was called soul shock was that the person who was summoned would suffer a powerful spiritual attack. If one's soul wasn't solid enough, it was very likely that one would be scared to death. Who are you trying to fool? You're obviously messing with me on purpose. Yusha was even angrier now. Zishang was obviously trying to kick her away and have Lady Goddess all to himself. So what if I mess with you? Zishang raised his eyebrows. Bite him if you dare. You. Yusha's face contorted in anger. Yusha, don't be angry. You know that's just how he is. Yunjoga quickly comforted Yusha, not forgetting to glare at Zishang. I'm fine. Yusha was instantly healed by Yunjoga's concern. He stepped forward, wanting to hold Yunjoga's hand. The Lady Goddess was the best. If there's nothing else, then hurry up and bring us out. We're in a hurry. Zishang was afraid that Yusha's claws would fall off. Cough, cough. Yusha, do you have a way to get us out of this maze? Yunjoga quickly stepped forward to smooth things over. He did not want Yusha to really die from anger. Even if I don't have a way, I'll think of one, Yusha declared her loyalty to Yunjoga. I'm willing to go through fire and water for her without hesitation. There's no need for you to go through fire and water. Just lead the way. Yunjoga still could not get used to the feeling of being pursued by a beautiful girl, even if the heart of this beautiful girl was a man. This way. As Yusha led the way, she told Yunjoga about the tragic situation she had been in after she was captured. Actually, there was nothing tragic about it. She had escaped into the maze on the 6th level the moment she'd entered the tower. Although this mirror maze was set up by Cho Shan using his murderous energy, he had never entered it before. Moreover, he was too lazy to deal with Yusha, so he just let her stay in there. Lang Hui was shocked when he heard Yusha's words from behind. Although this gray-skinned woman who was dressed in a palace maid's attire looked very similar to the Grey Nation, he did not expect her to be from the outside world as well. The most terrifying thing was that she was able to master the secret of this mirror maze. This was something that even Cho Shan could not do. This Yunjoga was not a simple person. Although he was only at the Qi refining realm, the people around him were each more powerful than the last. If he could make her stay, those people would definitely stay with her as well. How can I make her stay? Leng Hui began to let his imagination run wild again. Leng Bai and Leng Mo focused their attention on the mirror maze. They did not notice that their big brother's thoughts were getting stranger and stranger. The 6th level was a mirror maze. The 7th level was an even more complicated spiral maze. However, under Yusha's lead, everyone managed to pass through it. Once they walked out of the maze on the 7th level, they found themselves in a long, dark corridor. They were surrounded by black walls above their heads. Yunjoga walked in the middle, Zishang on his left, and Yusha on his right. Leng Hui, Leng Bai, and Leng Imo followed behind them. Yusha, you've been in this tower for so long. Have you seen my grass soul seed? Yunjoga secretly told Yusha about his dream of the grass soul seed through voice transmission. I've been staying in the maze and didn't dare to go out. That's why I've never seen your grass soul seed. Actually, Yusha had wanted to sneak out to check on the situation in the tower. However, Cho Shan had placed shadow spies at the exit of the maze. She would be caught the moment she left. For the safety of her body, she decided to stay in the maze in the end. Oh. Yunjoga was slightly disappointed. However, when he thought about it, there were only 2 levels left. He would eventually find the grass soul seed. What's on the 7th level? Zishang suddenly turned and asked Leng Hui. Leng Hui, who was still thinking of a way to make Yunjoga stay, was stunned. When he realized that Zishang was asking him, he quickly answered, it's the place where Cho Shan placed the white-skinned women. Are those white-skinned women still alive? Yunjoga asked. I don't know. Leng Hui shook his head. He had only heard bits and pieces of information from Cho Shan. He had never been to the 7th level himself. I hope they're still alive. Leng Mo's expression was complicated. He had been intimate with those white-skinned women. He really hoped that they were still alive. As long as they were alive, no matter what happened, he would definitely take care of them properly. As the few of them conversed, they arrived at the end of the tunnel. Before them was an extremely tall gray stone door. A lifelike, white-skinned woman with a serene expression was carved on it. She was naked, and in her arms was a little doll with pale skin. The little doll stared at them with its black eyes. Its little mouth was open, and there was a black chaos in it. It was indescribably evil and terrifying. Chapter 434. Is there a problem with this door? Yunjoga took a closer look. Although she didn't find anything strange on the door, the child carved on it made her feel uncomfortable. No problem, just open it. Zishang extended his hand and a light purple palm slowly pushed the huge stone door open. A strange smell with a fishy smell wafted out. It felt like a delivery room. Yunjoga sealed her nose and walked in. The scene inside made her feel extremely disgusted. There were hundreds of crystal coffins inside. Naked, white-skinned women were lying inside. Their bellies were bulging and there was a red tube extending from their belly buttons. The tubes intertwined and extended upwards. There was a huge blood-red cocoon at the top of the room. It was glowing red and there was a baby curled up inside. This is the demonic embryo? Yunjoga asked Yusha hesitantly. Wasn't it said that the demonic embryo was difficult to cultivate? That's right. Yusha looked at the blood-red cocoon in shock. She didn't expect Cho Shan to be so talented. He actually managed to cultivate a demonic embryo. Yunjoga was about to examine the blood-red cocoon when she heard vomiting sounds coming from behind her. It was Lang Imo. When he saw the white-skinned woman's pitiful state, he felt his scalp go numb and his body turn cold. He couldn't help but vomit. Ling Bai patted his brother's shoulder. He was extremely glad that he couldn't have children and wasn't forced by Cho Shan to be a stud horse. Otherwise, he would be the one vomiting now. This demonic embryo is about to form. We have to destroy it quickly. Otherwise, when it hatches, it'll be a huge disaster, Lang Hui said in fear. Yunjoga didn't say anything and immediately slashed at the cocoon with his evil sword. With a bang, the evil sword was knocked back by the cocoon bullet. Yunjoga immediately felt a numbing pain in his arm. Don't do anything stupid. Zishang held Yunjoga down and flicked his finger. A spiritual light that looked like a swimming fish flew towards the demonic embryo. The moment the spiritual light touched the demonic embryo, it was immediately absorbed. Its damage reflection. Zishang's handsome face revealed a rare serious expression. Damage reflection. What does that mean? Yunjoga asked. It means that all the damage you inflict on it will be reflected back to you. If you kill it, you'll die as well, Yu Sha said without waiting for Zishang to answer. He admired Cho Shan more and more for raising such a freak. Damage reflection was the most annoying skill of the devilish fetus. What should we do then? Yunjoga rubbed his arm that was still aching. He did not doubt Yu Sha's words at all. Yu Sha did not say anything. The best way was for him to get rid of the devilish fetus. However, it wasn't easy for him to enter the Azure Waves continent and come to the side of the goddess. He was truly unwilling to be sent back before he could even obtain the favor of the goddess. At that moment, Lang Hui stepped forward and said calmly, I'll kill it. No, let me do it. Lang Bai hurriedly took a step forward. Let me. Lang Imo pushed Lang Bai away and shouted, Don't fight with me. I'll pay for the sins I've committed. These white-skinned women were sent here because of him, so he should be the one to end all of this. Yu Sha did not say anything. He was more than happy to watch a good show since someone was willing to die. Yunjoga looked nervously at Zishang, who was deep in thought. Could it be that he had already guessed that this would happen? That was why he insisted on bringing Lang Hui and the others along. Zishang came back to his senses and said indifferently, This devilish fetus cannot be killed. If we can't kill it, won't it be a disaster if we keep it alive? Lang Hui asked in shock. I have my own plans. Zishang did not say anything else. Yu Sha could somewhat guess what he was thinking. He transmitted his voice and said, You want to subdue this devilish fetus? Yes. It would be a waste not to subdue such a rare treasure and let Yunjoga be his subordinate. Then what do you plan to do? Yu Sha transmitted his voice with interest. Zishang's gaze shifted to Yunjoga. To be more precise, it shifted to her stomach. Are you crazy? Yu Sha's eyes widened. This Zishang couldn't be thinking the same thing, could he? Joga has been poisoned by the 9-stage bone-shattering poison. Only 2 layers of the poison have been removed. The great calamity is coming. There is no time for her to slowly detoxify the poison. Zishang's tone was gloomy. The reason why the goddess had reincarnated was to find a way to deal with the great calamity. However, Yunjoga was far too weak now. The 9-stage bone-shattering poison was the most important factor limiting her development. She had to find a way to remove it all at once. The devilish fetus was the best time to do so. But this is too risky. What if something goes wrong? Yu Sha's expression was one of disapproval. The goddess had spent 1,000 years reincarnating this time. How long would it take the next time? He would rather take things slow than risk losing the goddess, because they could not afford to wait. Zishang was silent for a moment. He then transmitted his voice and said, "The choice is hers. I think she will agree." Although Yunjoga looked very weak and her personality was softer than the goddess in her past life, she was just as competitive. If there was a chance to completely rid herself of the 9-stage bone-shattering poison, she would not let it go. "What are the two of you whispering about?" Yunjoga could not help but ask. The two of them were transmitting their voices to each other. Did they think she was dead? "Come here. I have something to tell you." Zishang called Yunjoga to the side and set up a soundproofing barrier. He even had Yusha stand guard at the side. What are they doing? Yunjoga was slightly displeased. Couldn't they just transmit their voices? They were clearly afraid that the three brothers would eavesdrop on them. This was not good for unity. "I have a way to rein in the devilish fetus and remove the poison in your body," Zishang said solemnly. "What is it? Tell me." Yunjoga's eyes lit up. "Do you see these women's navels?" Zishang did not answer Yunjoga's question immediately. Instead, he pointed at the white-skinned women. "I see them. Is there a problem?" Yunjoga did not understand. These white-skinned women have the demonic attraction physique. Cho Shan used them to convert the devilish qi into pure devilish qi and inject it into the devilish fetus. If we remove all these tubes, we'll have to find other devilish qi to form the devilish fetus, Zishang continued. Yunjoga's eyes widened when she heard this. "Are you going to sacrifice Yusha?" Hey. What does this have to do with me? I'm not the one who was poisoned." Yusha, who was eavesdropping at the side, had a sad expression on her face. She felt that the goddess in this life was not very smart. However, she strangely wanted to protect her. No. Although Yusha's spirit is of the devil clan, her physical body is still that of a human. She can't satisfy the needs of the devilish fetus. You're the only one who can attract it. Zishang did not beat around the bush and told her his plan directly. Chapter 435. Zishang's plan was to first destroy all the tubes that nourished the demonic fetus, then use Yunjoga's blood to attract the demonic fetus over, allowing it to absorb the 9-bone shatter poison. The plan sounded simple, but it was actually very dangerous. After all, the demonic fetus was not their pet, so it was impossible for it to be obedient. Furthermore, even if the demonic fetus obediently sucked out the 9 shattered bones, it would still cause great damage to Yunjoga's body. If she was not careful, she might even lose her life. There's still the soul-returning wood in the demonic tripod. Even if something really happens to you, I can save you. That was Zishang's biggest reliance for this plan. But I can't contact the cute baby. If the demonic tripod didn't appear, how could he get the soul-returning wood? Shout into your divine sense. If he still doesn't appear, tell him to scram and become someone else's artifact spirit. Zishang calmly gave Yunjoga an idea. Is it useful? Yunjoga asked doubtfully. You'll know once you try. Zishang knew the little boy's character too well. When the flying corpse exploded, although the demonic cauldron blocked it for a while, it did not hurt its foundation. The little baby hid because he was afraid of being scolded. I'll give it a try. Yunjoga didn't have much hope as he roared in his spiritual sense, Little Manghua, get out of here. If you don't come out, you can go and be someone else's weapon spirit. As soon as Yunjoga finished speaking, a familiar moaning sound rang out. Master, I've waited for you for 1,000 years. How can you abandon me? The little baby timidly appeared in Yunjoga's sea of consciousness with a look of grievance. This adorable child was really pretending to be dead. Yunjoga gritted his teeth in anger. He wanted nothing more than to give it a good spanking, but when he thought about the soul-returning wood, he could only suppress his anger. Where's the soul-returning wood? Yunjoga's divine consciousness entered the demonic tripod and asked. Here. The little baby brought Yunjoga to the side of the soul-returning wood. The soul-returning wood, which was only as tall as a person before, had grown quite a bit. Dreamy smoke flowed on the branches, bringing with it a mysterious power. Master, I've always been taking good care of it. Little Meng Hua said with a smile. At least you're sensible. Seeing that the little baby was quite diligent, Yunjoga didn't care about it pretending to be dead and making him worry. Hee. The little adorable child giggled twice and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally escaped a calamity. By the way, can you find the grass soul seed? Yunjoga asked. This grass soul seed was cultivated by little cute baby. There might be some special connection between the two. I can't find it. The little baby quickly shook his head like a rattle drum. It had been playing dead and hiding in the depths of Yunjoga's spiritual sea, so it did not know that the flying corpse's explosion was fated to happen. It thought that there was a problem with the grass soul seed it had cultivated. Look around when you have time. Inform me immediately if you have any news. Yunjoga had a feeling that the grass soul seed was related to the demonic fetus, but unfortunately, she could not sense its existence. Oh, okay. The little baby nodded obediently, but he had no intention of retrieving the grass soul seed. What if its master remembered that it had been tricked again? It didn't want to find trouble for itself. Yunjoga stepped out of the demonic tripod and Zishang's voice sounded. Did you find the soul-returning wood? I found it. I can use it anytime, Yunjoga replied. Alright, then do as I say later. Zishang went close to Yunjoga's ear and secretly gave her a few instructions. Yunjoga nodded repeatedly after hearing that. Finally, she said emotionally, I thought that you brought the Leng brothers here to sacrifice them to kill the demonic fetus. They don't have the ability to kill the demonic fetus. Although Yunjoga had not guessed correctly, it was not far from the truth. The three brothers had other uses. In the distance, the three brothers, Leng Hui, Leng Bai, and Leng Mo, were observing the crystal coffins, trying to find a way to break them. These crystal coffins are made of mystic ice. They can't be broken. Leng Mo tried a few times but did not succeed. Leng Hui was distracted. He kept glancing at Yunjoga and the others. Big brother, stop looking. Leng Bai could not help but pull him. Yunjoga had obviously set up the barrier to avoid them. Why did he have to make them misunderstand? Everyone came here to kill the demonic fetus and Cho Shan. Why are they hiding at the side and discussing among themselves? Leng Hui was very displeased. Although he had been a bystander in the previous trials, he wanted to help at such a crucial moment. They have their own ideas. Leng Bai was actually a little uncomfortable being excluded by Yunjoga and the others. However, they were too weak. Why do we care so much? As long as they can help us deal with Cho Shan, it's fine. Leng Mo was optimistic. Speaking of Cho Shan, why hasn't he shown himself when we're already here? Is he plotting something? Leng Bai could not understand. Cho Shan had spent so much effort to cultivate the demonic fetus. How could he be willing to let it be destroyed? We ambushed him and he was seriously injured. He's probably recuperating on the 9th level, Leng Hui guessed. Even if he's recuperating, he can't just do nothing, right? Leng Bai still felt that something was wrong. Perhaps he's confident that no one can neutralize the demonic fetus. Lang Hui looked up at the blood-red cocoon in the air. This miraculous thing was created by his younger brother, Lang Mo, and the white-skinned woman. Strictly speaking, Lang Mo was a descendant of the Lang family. It would be great if the demonic fetus could recognize Lang Mo as its father. With such a powerful person guarding the Grey Kingdom, they would not have to worry about outsiders invading. Lang Hui thought about it and could not help but look at Yun Joga and Zishang. He wondered if they had a way to make the demonic fetus recognize them as its master. Even if they did, they would not tell them. After all, the demonic fetus was a rare treasure. However, Miss Yun already had so many treasures. Why did she still want to fight with them for the demonic fetus? It was her younger brother who planted it. Lang Hui's thoughts ran wild. His eyes were filled with confusion and madness. Yu Sha was guarding the barrier. When he felt Lang Hui's gaze, he transmitted his voice to Yun Joga and Zishang, who were inside the barrier. There's something wrong with the Grey Kingdom's emperor's gaze. He had seen this kind of gaze many times. It was the gaze of the incompetent who were jealous of the strong. Ignore him, Zishang replied to Yu Sha. He then said to Yun Joga, "Are you ready?" "Yes, I'm ready." Yun Joga took a deep breath. Her eyes were filled with determination. Zishang removed the barrier and nodded at Yu Sha. He said, "Let's begin." "Joga, have you made up your mind?" Yu Sha looked at Yun Joga. Her beautiful eyes were filled with worry. "I have." Yun Joga nodded with determination. She had to take this opportunity to completely rid herself of the 9 Bone Shatter's poison. "All right. No matter what decision you make, I'll support you." Yu Sha immediately expressed her loyalty. Chapter 436. Thank you. Yun Joga smiled at Yu Sha. Wan Sha, the lover of a man's soul and a woman's body in his previous life, was a little strange, but his feelings for her were very sincere. Although she couldn't repay him with her feelings, she would remember this kindness in her heart. "There is no need to thank me between us." Yu Sha winked at Yun Joga as usual. The corner of Yun Joga's mouth twitched. She silently looked away and pretended to look at Lang Hui and the others. "Lady Yun, what are you preparing?" Lang Hui couldn't help but walk over. Yun Joga didn't know if she could answer, so she looked at Zishang inquiringly. "We are preparing to take back the devil embryo," Zishang said indifferently. "Do you really have a way to take back the devil embryo?" Lang Hui's voice was trembling. His pale gray face was flushed red with excitement or nervousness. "We will know after we try." Zishang ignored Lang Hui and said to Yu Sha, "Destroy these tubes first." Yu Sha nodded with a serious expression. If he wanted to destroy these tubes, he couldn't just rely on his foundation establishment cultivation. He had to use the purest devil fire to destroy them. Although only a wisp of his divine sense had transmigrated to Azure Wave Continent, his life devil fire had followed him. However, using it would consume all his cultivation. His physical body would probably be destroyed. But for Lady Goddess, this sacrifice was worth it. Most importantly, he realized that Lady Goddess didn't like women. He planned to go back and try to transmigrate with his true body to gain Lady Goddess's favor. Yu Sha closed her eyes and sank her divine sense into the depths of her soul to search for the devil fire. A black devil fire the size of a soybean emerged from her fingertip and slowly floated into the air. It looked like a weak firefly. However, the devil embryo sensed great danger from this little flame. The blood-red cocoon jumped wildly. Those black tubes suddenly left the white-skinned woman's abdomen and shrunk around the cocoon, wrapping it tightly. "Wait!" Zishang stopped Yusha's attack and looked around vigilantly. In the next moment, the layers of crystal coffins around them suddenly shattered. Crystal shards shot out like a storm. Zishang pulled Yunjoga into his arms and protected him. Yusha's devil fire flew above the heads of the three of them and emitted a ray of black devil light that enveloped them, blocking the fragments outside. Lang Hui and the others were unlucky. Even though they had drawn their swords in time to form a defensive formation, the force of the impact was too strong. The defensive barrier was on the verge of collapse, and cracks even began to appear on the surface of the gray spirit sword. Ling was heart-ached, and he couldn't help but complain about Yunjoga's stinginess. That flame was clearly able to perfectly block all attacks, so why didn't he help them? They were partners. Ling Bai and Lang Imo were completely focused on controlling their swords. Because Lang Imo was distracted, his long sword moved, and a hole immediately appeared in the defensive barrier. The crystal shards pierced towards him. "Big brother, be careful." Lang Imo immediately stood in front of Lang Gray. The crystal shards all pierced into his back, densely packed like a porcupine. "Mo, Ling Hui touched her unconscious brother's back. Her hands were covered in blood, and she screamed in fright. Lang Bai was shocked as well. An even bigger hole immediately appeared in the defensive circle. Fortunately, Yunjoga immediately commanded Evil Sword to cover the hole after hearing her scream. Otherwise, the other two would have been hit as well. "Thank you." Lang Bai smiled gratefully at Yunjoga, then hurried to treat Lang Mo's wounds. Although the crystal shards were sharp, Lang Imo had always been thick-skinned, so he managed to survive. However, he had completely lost the ability to fight. Lang Bai applied medicine on Lang Imo and fed him some pills. Seeing that he was no longer bleeding, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. Lang Hui lowered his head and squatted at the side, feeling extremely depressed. "Big brother, don't be sad. This isn't your fault," Lang Bai consoled him. "I know. This isn't my fault. It's all Yunjoga's fault. They're so powerful, but they didn't come to help them. They let them be exposed to danger. They must have been afraid that Mo, would snatch the demonic fetus away, so they did this on purpose. These insidious outsiders could never be befriended." "Big brother." Lang Bai frowned. He felt that his big brother had been strange ever since he entered the tower. He didn't have the same imposing manner as before. It seemed that the years of oppression had affected him. He hoped that after killing Cho Shan and destroying the tower, his big brother would regain his previous personality. However, Lang Bai didn't have the time to console his big brother now. After the crystal coffin shattered, the white-skinned women crawled out and pounced at them with their blood-red eyes. Lang Bai stood in front of Lang Imo and directed his sword to stab at the white-skinned women. The white-skinned women's bodies flashed with black light, and the sword bounced back. Lang Bai was shocked. The white-skinned women's defense was too strong. There was no way to kill them. "Over here." At this moment, Yunjoga's voice came from the side. Zishang had made a high platform on the wall and was placing Yunjoga on it. "Big brother, let's go over quickly." Lang Bai carried Lang Imo on his back and flew toward the high platform on his sword. This tower had a very strong suppressive effect on the gray-skinned men. Lang Bai flew shakily with Lang Imo on his back and almost fell. In the end, Yunjoga threw out a spiritual rope and pulled them up. Lang Hui fared better than Lang Bai. He flew up on his own. The white-skinned women were pushing and shoving at the bottom, roaring crazily. However, because they couldn't fly, they couldn't do anything to them on the high platform. After Yunjoga helped Lang Bai put Lang Imo down, he checked on his injuries. Lang Bai handled it very well. Lang Mo's wounds had already stopped bleeding, but his vitality was greatly damaged. He had to recuperate after he got out. Yun Jioga gave Lang Mo a cultivation pill to help him recover faster. When Lang Hui saw that Yun Jioga was about to take the pill back, he couldn't help but say, "Miss Yun, Mo's injuries are too severe. Can you leave that pill bottle for him? I'll give you something in exchange." Yun Jioga was stunned. Normally, she wouldn't even need Lang Hui to say anything to give her a bottle of pills. However, after falling into the Grey Kingdom, she didn't have many pills left. She really couldn't be generous. "Leave it for him," Zi Shang suddenly said. Yun Jioga was even more surprised. Zi Shang had never been a generous person. However, since he said so, Yun Jioga handed it over. Lang Hui took it and opened the jade bottle. When he saw that there were only 3 pills left, his expression darkened. Lang Bai's heart immediately thumped. This was too rude. Anyone who saw it would misunderstand. "What? You think it's too little?" Yu Sha raised her brows. The more she looked at this Grey Kingdom's emperor, the more she disliked him. How could that be? "Miss Yu Sha, you've misunderstood. My big brother is just worried about Lang Mo's injuries. Our Grey Kingdom doesn't have anything good either. If you don't mind, please accept this dark steel." Lang Bai quickly took out a storage pouch. Inside it was the supreme-grade dark steel that the imperial family had collected over the years. Hopefully, these refining treasures would be able to resolve the misunderstanding between them. Chapter 437. Pfft, who cares about your stupid thing? Keep it for yourself. Yu Sha said in disdain. Yun Jioga wanted to reach out to take it, but to not embarrass Yu Sha, he silently retracted his hand. She doesn't care about it. Don't try to please her, Lang Hui said in a strange tone. Big brother. Lang Bai was really angry now. They were the ones asking Yun Jioga for help. What good would it do to offend them like this? Lang Hui stopped talking after being reprimanded by his second brother. He stayed by Lang Mo's side and stared blankly at the blood-red cocoon in the air every now and then. Yu Sha ignored him. The most important thing now was to help the lady goddess get rid of the poison. Let's begin. Zi Shang gave Yu Sha a look. Yu Sha then directed the little black devil fire to fly towards the blood-red cocoon in the air. Yun Jioga looked at the little black devil fire nervously. The blood-red cocoon sensed danger and began to throb. The black tubes immediately spread out and danced wildly in an attempt to put out the devil fire. The devil fire nimbly dodged the tube's attack and successfully reached the blood-red cocoon. It stuck to the cocoon and burst into flames. The black tubes began to burn from their roots. Soon, they turned into ashes and dissipated in the air. A childlike shrill cry came from the cocoon. Invisible sound waves spread out, bringing with them an enormous pressure. Yu Sha's face was pale. She silently swallowed a mouthful of black blood. The demonic fetus's damage rebound was truly terrifying. She looked fine on the surface, but her insides had been burned black. This time, she was really going to be sent back. Yun Jioga did not know that Yu Sha was injured. When she saw that the black tubes were burned, she immediately tore a small hole in her clothes around her belly button. Then, she bit her finger and drew a circular rune pattern on it. The demonic fetus was at its most violent after losing its nourishment. When it smelled a scent that was sweeter than the blood it had drunk before, it immediately swayed in excitement. Yun Jioga looked at the blood-red cocoon swaying left and right. It would be a lie to say that she was not nervous. However, at this critical moment, it was impossible for her to back down. She could only persevere to the end. Don't be afraid. Zishang put his arm around Yunjoga's shoulder and stood next to her. The blood-red cocoon noticed that there was also a disgusting smell beside the delicious food. It began to feel restless, wanting to go over but not daring to. It swayed left and right, hesitating. Leng Hui had been staring at the blood-red cocoon. When he saw this, he quickly asked, "Miss Yun, what's going on with this blood-red cocoon? How do you plan to subdue the devilish fetus? Don't ask what you shouldn't. If you continue to spout nonsense, get lost." Zishang looked at Leng Hui as though he was looking at a hopping grasshopper. Leng Hui's heart raced. He was very afraid of Zishang, but when he thought about how the demonic embryo, which originally belonged to the Leng clan, was about to be taken away, he couldn't help but feel jealous and resentful. "Big brother, just speak less," Leng Bai urged anxiously. This high platform was their last line of defense. If they were really kicked down by Zishang, they would instantly be torn into pieces by those white-skinned corpses who were eyeing them covetously. Leng Hui reluctantly shut his mouth, but his eyes kept moving back and forth between the blood-red cocoon and Yunjoga's body. Yunjoga didn't have the time to bother with him. Jade Thug, on the other hand, quietly moved closer to Leng Hui, increasing the surveillance on him. The blood-red cocoon was still hesitating. It took a few steps closer to Yunjoga, then retreated. It was so frustrated that it was about to explode. "What's this devilish fetus doing?" Yunjoga was getting impatient from waiting. This devilish fetus was too long-winded. He might as well give it a quick death. "With this Buddhist pestle here, it won't dare to come over," Jade Thug said gloatingly. The devilish fetus was the most sensitive to danger. Even though Zishang had restrained his killing intent, he still scared it. "Get out of the way." Yunjoga pushed Zishang back unceremoniously. Zishang silently retreated a little. When the blood-red cocoon saw Zishang retreating, it immediately followed suit. Zishang stopped moving, and the cocoon stopped moving as well. "TSK, what a clever little fellow." Jade Thug clicked his tongue in wonder. When the devilish fetus had just been formed, it only had a murderous nature. This one before him was very intelligent. It was qualified to be the lady goddess subordinate. "You'd better get out of the way." Yunjoga looked at Zishang helplessly. At this rate, they wouldn't be able to deal with this devilish fetus before dawn. They didn't have much time left. Zishang's expression was as dark as still water. He moved and floated away from the high platform. His figure gradually disappeared, and he was nowhere to be found. "Hey! I'm just asking you to get out of the way. I'm not asking you to just leave." Yunjoga looked around anxiously, but she didn't see Zishang anywhere. However, when the blood-red cocoon realized that the person it was afraid of had disappeared, it immediately rushed towards Yunjoga, this delicious food, excitedly. Yunjoga's entire body tensed up as she stared at the blood-red cocoon that was rushing towards her. She could even see the blurry face of a baby inside the cocoon, smiling at her. According to Zishang's plan, she would draw the spirit-transferring talisman on her belly button. The devilish fetus would definitely fall for it and absorb the 9 heavenly bone fragments as if they were spirit blood. Unexpectedly, this devilish fetus did not play by the rules. It actually bit Yunjoga's left arm. Ow wow! Yunjoga let out a blood-curdling scream. She felt all the blood in her body flowing back towards her wound. Her face instantly turned deathly pale. Her legs went limp and she fell to the ground on her butt. The blood-red cocoon instantly turned black and red. The throbbing inside was getting more and more intense as if something was trying to get out. "Joga!" Yusha shouted anxiously. She wanted to rush forward to save Yunjoga. Don't come over. Yunjoga's face was pale as she forcefully squeezed out these words. How are you? How are you? Yusha circled around Yunjoga. She was so nervous that her pretty face was ashen. Yunjoga did not have the strength nor energy to answer Yusha's question. She was using all her strength to communicate with that little brat. Are you sure the grass soul seed is inside that devilish fetus? I'm absolutely sure. Moreover, that grass soul seed has already merged with the primary soul of the devilish fetus. If you work a little harder, you'll be able to awaken it. The little brat was so excited that he was about to fly. Previously, he had cultivated the grass soul seed with the intention of accepting a flying corpse as a subordinate for his master. He did not expect the grass soul seed to be so hardworking that it would accept a devilish fetus as a subordinate for his master. That was a devilish fetus. It was the leader of all evil beings in heaven and earth. It was something that could only be chanced upon. If I work a little harder, I'm going to die. Yunjoga was dizzy. She exhaled more than she inhaled. She could clearly feel that her life force was disappearing as the devilish fetus devoured her. Fortunately, the poison from the 9 layers bone shatterer had also flowed out of her body along with her blood. If I die, so be it. I still have the soul returning wood anyway. As Yunjoga thought about this, she slowly closed her eyes. Her weak and powerless body fell backward. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.